she okay? Is she, I have to wait? Is Colleen ready? Is she okay? Is she, I have to wait? Is Colleen ready? Is she okay? Is she?
Testing.
One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Didn't we say, didn't we come in the budget that say audio system at some point? I thought we did.
Say that again?
Didn't we at some point approve upgrade of the audio system?
I think we did.
And ours is a lot nicer than like at other cities like Camarillo and like.
Ours is nicer?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I feel very high tech here in Simi.
Wow.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me just go ahead and we can start, we can hit record. We're going to cross our fingers. So there is no video going out right now.
Okay. But audio's going out?
There's a good chance that we're not certain yet. We're getting that, whatever's happening in the system is, as soon as we hit to send the audio out, that's when we're getting that static.
So our audio may not be going out to the public?
Audio is not going out. Video may be going out, audio may not, but we're going to record it at least until that.
Okay, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, that's,
We're calling one of our texts.
okay.
How much time do you need to resolve? Because I think all the special branding things assume that there's a way for the public to listen. It's just an assumption. I haven't looked to see what we can do for that, which I think starts at now.
What I'm concerned, if we start and they can't hear us out in the outside,
Right.
then we're not doing what we should be doing. So if anybody's out there, we're working on some technical difficulties and we want to make sure that we're broadcasting out to the public. So bear with us while we see to it that we're able to get the meeting broadcast to you.
Under the new branding, if we're not streaming, they're going to qualify to be Do you have time to pull it? I'll just find it.
Okay, so we're going out on YouTube right now.
And that's what we need to do, correct?
That's one of the formats, yes.
One of the,
YouTube, AT&T, and charter.
Should the mayor announce that at
Yeah.
least it's going on YouTube?
Yeah, so
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the
Sam is posting on social media to go to YouTube.
the audio is going out on YouTube. We're not sure of the other.
Send me a text. I think YouTube will qualify.
Okay.
Document the problem.
Okay, and we'll continue working on it to get the other stations to be able to hear us, but it's definitely working on YouTube. With that, we'll call the meeting to order. Do we have any closed session reports?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll lead it. Please stand. Face the flag. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lister,
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos,
Here.
Councilmember Kavanaugh,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge is absent. Mayor Mashburn.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get started, there's a message I have to read, but I also want to let everybody know that we're wearing the mask and social distancing, and I've talked to my colleagues, and we're all having a little problem in that our masks are fogging up our glasses. And so, based on we're a good 6 feet apart or more, and we will follow good etiquette, we're going to drop our mask down so we don't have foggy glasses. So please bear with us and understand that we are very concerned about social distancing and doing the right COVID-19 protective things. As you are all aware, the coronavirus continues to require us, including government, to do things differently. Even with the loosening of some restrictions by the state of California, we remain under the orders of the Ventura County Public Health Officer and the state of California that prevent public meetings and gatherings. Because of these directives, there is no public in the City Council chamber. Before we move forward with the agenda, I want to let the listening public know how to participate in this council meeting. The public statements procedure has been the same since our April 6, 2020 meeting. As noted on the agenda, the public was encouraged to submit emails concerning tonight's agenda. For emails submitted prior to 12 noon today, those emails have been provided to us. They will be made part of the record, but will not be read by the city clerk tonight. We have two opportunities for public statements this evening. The first opportunity is to comment on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. If you wish to make a comment on the appointments, special presentations, and the informational reports portion of the agenda, emails received between 12 noon today up to the beginning of that agenda item will be read by the city clerk this evening. Emails should be sent to the city clerk's office at publicstatements@simivalley.org. Include the subject matter and should be limited to 250 words or less. At the beginning of this agenda item, email receipt will be closed. Subsequently, the city clerk will read the emails received for a period of 30 minutes. Every effort will be made to read all emails into the record, but some emails may not be read due to time limitations. Emails received after the beginning of this agenda item or unread emails will be made part of the record if received prior to the end of the meeting. Based on the number of emails received tonight, We're going to extend that 30-minute time period to 1 hour. The second opportunity is the public statements item on the agenda. The same procedure will be used for public statements. Emails sent between 12 noon today and the beginning of item 5 on the agenda, which is public statements, will be read by the city clerk this evening. Emails should be limited to 250 words. Once public statements is reached on the agenda, no new emails will be received and read. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's where we're going to extend the time period. At the beginning of the public statements, the city clerk will begin to read the emails received since noon today, spending 3 minutes on each email. The city clerk will spend 30 minutes, but tonight we'll make it 60 minutes total reading emails. For those emails that are not read, they will be entered into the record. So right now, you can still send emails that may be read during the meeting. Those emails received after the beginning of public statements will be entered into the record. The city thanks you for your patience. During this local emergency, the city is making every attempt to continue to allow the public to participate in the business of the city. With that said, we can move on with the meeting. City Clerk, you may continue.
Mr. Mayor, the first item is agenda review.
Are there any items that anybody wishes to change on the agenda? Everybody fine with that?
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. 1C is declaration of conflict. Anybody have a conflict that they wish to declare tonight on anything that's on the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, move forward.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda, certificates, honorary resolutions, and proclamations, and there are no items under this section. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. We have no public comments for this item. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 3A1, appointment of Simi Valley Arts Commissioner, and David Yoshitomi is here for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The Simi Valley Arts Commission reviews both the operating budget and an operating plan for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center prior to City Council approval. It also reviews recommendations for capital purchases, grants, and other opportunities to make the arts accessible for all members of the communities. To make the arts accessible for all members of the communities. To make the arts accessible for all members.
Excuse us, there's a issue with the. Excuse us, there's a issue with the. Excuse us, there's a issue with the. Excuse us, there's a issue with the.
Membership on the Arts Commission is comprised of 7 members, including 2 City Council members, 1 Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center Foundation representative, as well as 1 alternate member and 4 public City Council appointed public members. All public members are staggered 2-year terms of office. There will be 3 City Council appointed vacancies, 2 regular members and 1 alternate member, on the Arts Commission on June 30th, 2020. The city initiated a recruitment on February 20th, 2020, and 11 applications were received. Staff held orientations for new applicants on May 6th and May 11th. On May 4th, the City Council selected Councilmember Litzter to serve on the interview committee with the continuing Arts Commissioner. Councilmember Litzter and Arts Commissioner Savell interviewed the applicants via Zoom on May 18th and nominated 3 for appointment to 2-year terms on the Arts Commission. These terms begin July 1, 2020 and conclude on June 30th, 2022. The nominees are as follows: Gregory Stratton, John D'Antona, and for the alternate position, Philip McBride. The following alternatives are available to the City Council. Approve and the mayor appoint the 3 applicants nominated to the Simi Valley Arts Commission for 2-year terms. 2, provide staff with alternative direction. Staff recommends alternative number 1. This concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Okay.
I'm concerned about the appointment of former Mayor Greg Stratton. I know that that he's a former mayor. I know that he was mayor when the 1992 Rodney King case happened here, and some of the statements that he made in a New York Times article regarding, being able to point out which people don't belong in Simi Valley are awfully disconcerting. I know that we're trying to move forward in our community, and I know that one of the goals that I've heard over and over again, especially when I did youth council interviews, was that we want to diversify our Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center. And given the comments that he made at that time, and that I haven't seen any change in his attitude, I would be very concerned about having Greg Stratton be on this committee. I would ask that I would make a motion to ask for another person to be appointed.
Okay, first let's see if there's any other comments.
I'll comment. Mr. Stratton gave 20 years to this community. I've never had any inclination that there's any problem or he has any racism views or such. If you have something, I didn't hear when you said that was from, but I think as our mayor, he did a great job. He's very well respected, and I don't believe we should be removing him from this appointment.
Well, the quote from the article is exactly this: "There's no question in this community that somebody out of the ordinary sticks out quickly," said Gregory Stratton, Simi Valley's mayor, who longs for the days when his city was known as the home of the Ronald Reagan Library, rather than the scene of a trial that ended in sweeping acquittal of 4 white police officers accused of beating a black motorist. And people are very quick to report anything suspicious, very quick to call the police, and expect them to be there right away. We just had a huge event here on Saturday. We are trying to create a positive atmosphere in this city and let people know that, let our residents and our businesses know that everyone is welcome here. I understand that, Mr. David, you applied for a grant, a multicultural grant, to help with the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center, and I want to make sure that we have people that are going to promote that multiculturalism. And if we don't have any diversity or anyone who supports diversity on the Cultural Arts Commission, I don't see how we're ever going to move forward and really make it the jewel of the city like we always intended it to be. Can you talk a little bit about the multicultural grant that you applied for and received for the city?
Yes, so the grant is from the California Arts Council, and it is for a series of multicultural programming on the main stage, as well as a multicultural festival developed in conjunction with the Youth Council. And I've been working with Fred and Anna, Fred Helsel, who's the general manager down there, and then Anna Medina as far as developing that programming. I'm not certain how much say over the programming the Arts Commission would have over on that, but
well, my understanding is that the Cultural Arts Foundation is in charge of funding, supplemental funding, but the Cultural Arts Commission, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, is in charge of the programming at the Cultural Arts Center.
yes, in general, the programming will be presented to the Arts Commission, and they would have input on it, but it isn't Fred oversees most of the programming down there.
And were there other interviewees that could be placed in this position besides Mr. Stratton? Were there other interviewees?
Eventually, I'd love to speak to this as I was the interviewing person.
I will, Elaine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
Can I just, one question, I had asked you, what was the date of that article?
The date of the article is May 4th, 1992, and it's titled Riots in Los Angeles, and it's from the New York Times by Jane Gross.
So for an article over 28 years ago, you've never met the man or worked with him.
I have.
You're willing to deny him this position on the city council because of that. I'm sorry, I don't agree.
We are a city of 127,000 residents, and we have to begin to include others who have not had a voice in our local democracy to be a part of it. We can't continue to have the same people over and over and over again. And while I appreciate their service to the city and the volunteerism, we have to give other people an opportunity so that we can have that diversity that we are craving, that our youth is asking for. They're begging for it. And if you don't hear the honking horns outside and you didn't see the 3,000 kids, our kids that were marching here on Saturday, then I don't know what to tell you, because those are the ones that are.
Can we hear somebody else speak then? Because you're just.
Yeah. Let's move on. Elaine, please.
I would very much like to speak to this, as I was the counsel that was interviewing, I was the one interviewing with Commissioner Savelle and had the opportunity. I want to start by commending the applicants. There were 10 outstanding applicants. It was not an easy choice. They were all offered a variety of resources, variety of things. In fact, what I was going to do initially, when given the opportunity, is I wanted to commend the 3 commissioners that wanted to return. And I'd like to do so now. Dennis Lawrence, Alex Walker, and Nick Pahlke, who served as alternate but was there all the way through. 3 outstanding commissioners who applied to return and serve again. And it was an interesting discussion, because I was prepared to reconsider that, because they have served so well. But I recognize that it would be appropriate to give, since they were outstanding applicants, it would be appropriate to give others an opportunity to serve on that commission. And so when Commissioner Savelle and I discussed it, we decided to go with the direction that we had. Let me give you specifically with reference to Greg Stratton, who you are taking issue with. If I'm not mistaken, he just recently served on the Budget Committee, or still serving on the Budget Committee. One of the important aspects of this particular commission is that they look at, it's really shepherding the financial circumstances of this commission. And they want, of the Cultural Arts Center. It is their job to really look at it and to be sure that the expenditures are wise and that they are going forward. And so with his expertise recently on the Budget Committee, we felt it was appropriate that he go forward and continue and then serve in this budgetary capacity, because we wanted someone with those financial insights. Now, I will tell you, the people that have been selected have some great, in fact, I should go to the report, because I don't want to mess up the names of the 3 people who were selected. Tremendous diversity. I will tell you that the other 2 gentlemen that were selected are schooled in the arts. One has done amazing things in terms of promotion in the arts world. Another is a great actor who has done great things here at the center and done elsewhere. I think we came forward with 3 very diverse, very qualified people to serve on this commission. And so I would not be in favor of changing it. I think that there is diversity represented. I think great thought, great time. We spent hours interviewing and discussing these outstanding applicants. And again, I want to thank the 3 that we have served and were willing to serve again, but we wanted to give others an opportunity, just as Councilmember Laughlin stated, giving someone else an opportunity. That was why we went a different direction with these 3 names that we did. And so I think we have diversity and outstanding skills being represented in these 3 people that were proffered by David.
And I'd like to address the comment by Councilmember Kavanaugh, if I had met Greg Stratton. I have met him a couple of times, and one of the first experiences I had meeting him, it made my husband and my children very uncomfortable. And I'm very disappointed by that, and that was one of the reasons why. And that's not the reason. The reason is that we need to start including other people in our community. Like I said, we have 127,000 residents, in the city of Simi Valley, which is one of the top 150 largest cities in the state of California. And we need to begin to include others in these decisions and to have, people that are really going to be able to, I don't even know if the question was asked in interviews, if there was anyone who had experience in applying for these type of multicultural grants or promoting these type of multicultural experiences that are going to represent our growing diverse city.
I'd like to make a motion to approve and the mayor appoint the 3 applicants nominated to the Simi Valley Arts Commission for 2-year terms.
And I will proudly take the seat of seconding that motion. Greg Stratton is a reputable man.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. There was a
pillar.
motion on the floor.
Okay.
If it didn't get a second, it can die for lack of a second.
I second. I
No,
did
not-
second.
not that.
No, there was a motion, but
Councilmember.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, hold off. We'll go back to your motion now that we've had the discussion.
Yes, I move to postpone and choose another commissioner besides Greg Stratton. I'm okay with John D'Antona and Philip McBride.
We have a motion. Looking for a second. Hearing none.
I will remake my motion to approve and the mayor appoint the 3 applicants nominated to the Simi Valley Arts Commission for 2-year terms.
And I would like to be the second based on Councilmember Litzter was the part of the interviewing board, so I'll step in front of her. And I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Judge, I'm stepping in front of you. I do want to say Greg Stratton is a stellar person, stellar. He's a pillar in this community. And to say anything otherwise is just not factual. And I've known him since he was mayor here. And his background working in the private industry in finance is a perfect fit to help continue the building and the advancements that the Cultural Arts Center is currently making. And with that, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Correction, it wouldn't be unanimous.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda, we have item 3A2, appointments to the Citizens Election Advisory Commission, and I will be presenting this item. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. In March of 1994, the City Council created the Citizens Election Advisory Commission, CEAC, to assist with overseeing the election process. The CEAC consists of 5 regular and 3 alternate positions, appointed to staggered 4-year terms of office. A recruitment to fill 3 regular member positions and 1 alternate member positions began on February 21st, 2020, and concluded on March 25, 2020. 3 applications were received, and all 3 applicants were interviewed. On May 19th, the selection board, with 5 of the 8 members in attendance, conducted interviews via Zoom. The selection board recommended all 3 applicants for appointment this evening as regular members for a 4-year term of office. Thomas McLean, Sean Brooks, and Rain Wiseman. The 3rd alternate position will remain vacant at this time. It is recommended that the City Council authorize and the mayor appoint these 3 applicants for the CEAC as recommended by the CEAC Selection Board. And this concludes staff's report.
Comments by the council. Start with Councilmember Kavanaugh.
I would just like to make a comment. This is a nonpartisan position completely, and they're looking at campaign finance documentations. And I was approached by somebody in the public that was concerned with one of the applicants, that they might be a little partisan. So in our later conversation, I'm going to proposing something about a social policy, social media policy. And so I would like to include that at that point in time, that it would include these type of situations. So
Later in this,
no, at the end of the evening.
okay,
Later in the meeting.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Lister.
I just want to say thank you to people who are willing to serve and be part of this election process. It's very important that we have that watch group. So thank you to these 3 people willing to come forward.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, I'm very concerned with the process that this was done. There were a lot of people that were calling me in, a lot of constituents asking questions about what qualified as, I know you chose representatives based on service clubs and organizations in Simi Valley, and people were scouring the website to try to figure out what that meant, what a service club and organization meant. So I was kind of shocked and surprised when I saw, the organizations that the SEAC committee members were chosen from, the Simi Settlers Amateur Radio Club. I had never heard of the Hope Coming Ministries. I am concerned, if that's a religious entity. I am concerned about, making sure that we aren't including religious organizations, unless that's the way that we have typically, but I would be concerned about constitutional issues there in choosing religious leaders. So I just wanted to know, can we start all over, or why was there no clarification on what constituted a service club and organization? Why was it not on the website? Why were these questions not answered? Because I know that there were a lot of people. I'm seeing that there were only 3 applications received, and those were the 3 that were interviewed, and I wanted to know, why wasn't this more clear?
Councilmember Luevanos, I apologize. The SEAC applicants were not selected from the service clubs and organizations. Those were applicants for the selection board, not the SEAC. The SEAC was for the residents at large.
But I'm questioning the entire process from the outset. Who identified, and where was the definition of what was a service club? Because I know that there were people who wanted to apply to be on that selection committee. And as you well know, the selection committee impacts who was chosen. And so that's why I'm asking, why this process was not transparent. Because what we are always striving for is transparency and accountability.
Maybe we could provide a list of those names of people that didn't like the process that you're talking about. And
are you not concerned with the process, Mayor? With having a transparent process for this? This is a really, really important job, the CI committee. And I would hope that you would be concerned with having a transparent and accessible process for the CI committee.
Councilmember Luevanos,
excuse me.
Okay.
I don't. If you saw my history, which I'm sure you haven't, and my support of the SEAC committee, I think you would answer that question yourself. So at any rate, I would. That wasn't the question. The question is, if you could provide these people, then they can bring and put in the input that they're complaining to you and only to you about, because I didn't receive any complaints.
Can you provide to me where on the website it defines what a service club and organization is? Because I couldn't find it.
Like I said, if we could have your people that are complaining to you come forward and discuss it with staff, and we can identify those problems.
Well, if I couldn't find it, how could anyone else find it?
Is that what their complaint is?
Why are you not
Is that what their complaint is?
The point is that there was no definition of what the service club and organization was, and if this was a flawed process, then it shouldn't count. Okay. Are you not for transparency and accountability in our local government?
You ask those questions, and it's quite unfair, because I am for transparency. I am for doing everything we possibly can correctly. I've never had these questions come up before. You said you had a group of people that came to you. No one's come to me. So since they came to you, all I'm asking, a very simple question. Could you bring those people to us so we could hear their complaints and then maybe address them?
But having the specific names doesn't, you're trying to invalidate their claims because I don't give you their specific names. The issue is, it was not a transparent process. That is my concern.
Okay,
I, as a teacher, am held to accountability and transparency. When someone asks me what a grade is that I issued my student, I have to provide a rubric. I have to tell them how I reached that decision. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay. Comments from Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, let me go to you, okay, Elaine? I know you'd like to speak.
No, I just want to actually ask Brian, because I think we need to, because clearly Councilmember Luevnos has some concerns, so I think we should speak to the process, because it's my understanding that this went out to multiple groups, and these are the few that said, okay, I will come forward and do it. But that was my understanding, that there was multiple groups that were given the opportunity. It was promoted several times. In fact, the fact that we only have 3 out of 4, even after being promoted in the newspaper, et cetera, is that they're not 4 people came forward to serve on this committee. But Brian, would you speak to the process of how, because it was my understanding that this went out multiple times in different settings to get even to come with the organizations as well.
Yes, and just so the origin of the process is in the Simi Valley Municipal Code. The Municipal Code provides for 2 different groups. You have the selection committee that was recruited for earlier this year, back in February. Lucy, is that correct? In April, we were recruited for the selection committee. We had to go out on several occasions because we didn't get enough people to apply to the selection committee. I think we went to over 100 different organizations that were listed in the city through the community council and other organizations.
And how were those organizations chosen? Who chose those organizations?
How do we, Lucy, how did you send out the selection committee application interest? You said we sent it out to, I think, at over 100 organizations.
The selection committee, the organizations?
No, the organizations. City Manager Gabler stating that it was sent out to multiple organizations and that you were the one who chose which organizations they were. So how were these organizations that it was sent out to chosen? Were you provided a list, or?
Yes, we were provided a list.
And who provided that list?
These lists these organizations have been mailed this invite to apply for since 1984, I believe. I'm not sure. The organizations and service clubs, yeah, we reach out to them every year to make sure they're still.
And how was this list compiled? Where was it? You said you mentioned a year.
We compile it through the various, through looking at the chamber listing, looking at who's on the community council, looking through active organizations in the city, who has emblems on the welcome corner, various different areas where we can find community organizations and service clubs that may be in the Simi Valley area. We sent out a press release. We've sent out notifications on our website to select the selection committee, which the City Council approved on April 6th, at the meeting of April 6th. Once the selection committee is in place, then we recruit for SEAC members, and the selection committee interviews the SEAC members that are available that maybe have interest in sitting on the SEAC. So it's a 2-step process. The first step is selecting the selection committee, which the City Council approved on April 6th. The second step is to select the SEAC, which the selection committee interviews and makes a recommendation to the City Council, which you're considering this evening.
Let me explain my concern.
I'm going to ask a question, please. Okay. Just as we share here, everybody gets to speak. Let me confirm this. You said that you put it in the newspaper. You advertised in the newspaper for the selection committee?
That's correct. We sent out a press release to recruit people to serve on the selection board.
Yeah, another second press release went out for that.
Yeah, and we sent out twice because we didn't get enough people that were interested.
And you didn't get enough, and that's my point here. So there's no, I mean, it's open to everybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm still, Mayor, if I may speak. Are you done? I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm done now.
Thank you. My concern is April was the city shut down in April? Were we under stay-at-home orders? I'm sorry. I see.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Were we under stay-at-home orders in April?
One more
Were
time?
we under stay-at-home orders by the state and the county in April?
Yes.
Were there a lot of concerns about people not being able to come to City Hall and ask questions, maybe even in person in April? Was City Hall open at that time?
City Hall has always been open and available through either phone call or email.
Okay, and because we have to understand that there were layers of issues that are going on and that we've had since February, since this pandemic really and truly was highlighted and hit this community as well as the entire country and the world. And I know that there were at least 2 press releases sent out because people called me and asked, and I said, call City Hall. And because I didn't know what the answer was of what a service organization was defined as. I know that in the past, this council has, for example, put out bids for landscaping, and we haven't gotten enough offers, and we have tabled those motions for bids so that we could get more offers, even though it was advertised, even though it was in a newspaper, even though it was advertised twice.
That doesn't
we put
relate
out
to
more
this.
bids. So this being such an important organization, this being such an important role to play in our upcoming elections in November, and there not being any definition on the website for people who might have been afraid because of a global pandemic that has killed over 100,000 people to come to City Hall and to ask those questions in person, I think there should be clarification. I think we should, as we say, put the bids out again, because there was no definition. I still haven't gotten an answer to my question of where this list of organizations came from, because I guarantee you that in the past year, even in the past 5 years, there have been new organizations. So whatever list that you got that no one can tell me where this list came from, that is the list that is going to be used for recruiting as well. I know when I interviewed the youth council members, that they said they reached out to all their friends and told their friends about applying for the youth council interviews. Now, I put it out on my social media, but if they're only telling their friends, not anyone outside their circles, then that's going to limit the number of people that are going to apply. That is why where the selection committee came from is important, because who the selection committee was from and where they were pulled from, that's going to determine how many people apply. Maybe we would have gotten 30 or 300 applicants.
Okay, let's move forward. It's time to move forward.
Because you don't want
time to move
transparency,
forward.
Mayor?
It's time to move forward. I'm convinced, I'd ask my fellow council members, if it's in the newspaper, it's a public, it goes out to, we don't control who that goes to.
In the middle of a pandemic.
We don't control who that goes to.
I got my acorn every day, every Friday, even during the pandemic.
No one has told me where this list came from. No one has answered that question. I'm still waiting for an answer.
Answer to what?
Where this list of organizations was pulled
It's a
from.
list that this, in my opinion, it's a list that the city has been using for years, and they've construed and constructed it from organizations throughout the city as they come on board, as they go away, they adjust the list as it goes on. If you have organizations that are concerned that they didn't get anything, then let the city manager know. If you would have called the city manager, they could have been added to that list. So I don't understand why you're focusing on that one thing, and then you turn around and ask us about, well, do you want transparency? You only ask us that when we don't agree with you.
Why is there not a definition then? If we are so transparent, why is there not a definition on the website?
Because it hasn't been done before, and maybe
We've never
just
had a
like,
SEAC committee before?
would you not interrupt, please? And also, I'm right here, you don't need to yell. I think maybe one of the questions that Councilmember Kavanaugh wants to bring up after this, I don't think it's appropriate that we change midstream the process. I do want to, if we could ever get to this point, I'll step in front of Councilmember Pro Tem Judge, that this is, I agree, it's a very important committee, and they do a wonderful job. And when I first started running for council, I was afraid of SEAC because I thought it was some kind of police agency looking for dastardly deeds of a council member, an elected official. And what I learned is it's a very extremely helpful group of people that are dedicated in reviewing all of the materials that we have to fill out to run for these offices and all the financial reports and what have you. And what I quickly learned is that when they would see that you made a mistake, they come to you, they advise you you made a mistake, and then you're able to correct it before that paperwork goes into the state, and you send the state documents that are in error. So this and I couldn't tell you who's on. I could name a couple of people in the past who are no longer on it and what have you. But this has been an extremely good, healthy group, and SEAC has done nothing but keep this city out of trouble so we don't have the FPPC down our throats for small errors that we could possibly make and send to the state level. And so I applaud the city for having it. I applaud everybody that's been on it, and I look forward to the next group that's going to serve on it, even though they're very cautious. They're very cautious. When you see them on the street or you see them and you find out that they're on SEAC, they back away. They don't talk to you. And that's to their credit. So I can't say enough good about SEAC. And if you don't like the process, then we can look at changing it. But I don't see any problem with it today. And to infer that these are special groups were specifically chosen when it's put in the newspaper out to every citizen can get the newspaper. It's a very, very public document, and I don't know why they only call you. It doesn't matter, but that's good. But the city manager, all the phone numbers are here, and City Hall has been operational even though it's been closed.
So I'm still, Mayor, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I apologize if you feel that I was. I am concerned that I've asked this question, and regardless of what happens with these appointees, I would like to make sure that moving forward, at the very least, we have that listing of who these service organizations are and how they qualify as a service organization so that they can sign themselves up for this list. That it should be somewhere in the municipal code, as City Manager Gabler mentioned. It should be somewhere on our website. It should be accessible so that people can find it and know whether or not they qualify as a service organization so they can apply. That's what
I'm not
asking for.
disagreeing with what you're saying, but this isn't the right time. Here we are ready to appoint these people, and we're going to stop the process. And the process has been in place for many, many years. Now, if you see need for change, then we agendize it and we address it some other time in a future meeting. We'd say, let's review the process of the SEAC selection committee, and then we'll do it. We'll review it.
Mayor, respectfully, I'm not asking for a change in the policy. I'm asking for clarification, because this already is a policy. This already is a policy there, it's already in there. This is what the city manager stated, that it's already in the municipal code, but there's no clarification as to what it means.
I think that we attempted to give you clarification of where those came from and the list and what have you, and the different ways that the staff has reached out to get volunteers for that selection committee, and you're not accepting of that. And that's your prerogative. You can do that.
Mayor, I would gladly ask to agendize this, but it seems like most of the time when I ask for something that involves transparency and accountability, I never get a second on the motion.
If I might say something. What I'm hearing, Councilmember Levinos, is that you would like something in the code that defines what is service organizations.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yes.
So I could see, I don't personally don't want to stop this process and don't want to stop going forward with 3 people who are willing to serve when it has been so hard to get. And I will share just privately, I spoke with our new city clerk, and she shared that this system is unique to Simi Valley, that we actually have a committee that selects the SEAC, that is it's like another layer of protection to really be careful about it. And so what I'm hearing is that you're concerned that initial selection, you want to be sure every organization or every service organization is included and embraced and is defined.
Including new organizations.
Right, and so I certainly think it would be fine, and maybe 9B you could move that we add to the code a list of what those service organizations are and how that list is
Hold on. Whoa.
As I was saying, Councilmember Lovenos, I certainly think in 9B, if you wanted to mention that we describe, that we list what the certain organizations are or how they're identified, et cetera, I could see that. I don't want to derail the process, don't want to derail voting for these people today. I want them to be appreciated and understood that we very much value their contribution. But I could certainly understand if you would like that quantified that.
I think that's just what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, if you want to bring it up, 9B is the place to bring it up. Okay, moving on. Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Judge, comments.
How important is it to have these appointees in their seats for the next election? And how soon?
We need to have them in, we actually should have, according to the ordinance, we should have the first meeting, which, prior to the calling of the election. So we're calling the election tonight, so we're already running late due to the time constraints of the meetings. We've only had one meeting, and then to try to get people to apply. So we should have had this in place.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just curious.
So,
I have no other questions.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve the appointment of members to the Citizens Election Advisory Commission per the Selection Board's recommendations.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
motion passeth with Councilmember Lovenos abstain. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3B1, a proclamation declaring the month of June 2020 as LGBTQ Pride Month, and Samantha Argabright is here to read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. We are already in the month of June, otherwise known as Pride Month, and this evening the City Council is proclaiming June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the City of Simi Valley. I will now read the proclamation. Whereas on June 28, 1969, the LGBTQ+ community took a brave stand for human rights at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, marking a monumental step for LGBTQ+ rights, equal rights. And whereas each June, cities and towns throughout the United States celebrate LGBTQ+ Pride Month to acknowledge the bravery it takes for LGBTQ+ people to come out as their true selves, build community, and promote equal rights for all. And whereas a tremendous amount of progress has been made since Stonewall, members of the LGBTQ+ community still face discrimination simply for being who they are. And whereas Pride Month offers the community an opportunity to reflect upon the discrimination and inequality that has troubled LGBTQ+ people while celebrating and embracing the work of individuals and organizations who have continuously fought to create equality for all. Now therefore, the month of June 2020 is hereby proclaimed LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the City of Simi Valley in recognition of the contributions of the LGBTQ+ community and to reflect on ways we can live and work together with mutual respect and understanding. Presented this 8th day of June, 2020.
Thank you, Sam. I'd like to add a little bit. A year ago, roughly, we also recognized the LGBTQ community, and they came down here, and they were. It gave me a lot of pride to be able to stand up and give them the proclamation. And while we're not the one that created COVID, we're not the one that's making the rules that they can't be here tonight, I want them to know that we appreciate their presence. I certainly appreciate their coming last year, and I very much look forward to when they can come again and be a part of this process. So, thank you.
I can ask, we have a couple of audio technicians here that'd like to take a look at the system. If we can take about a 5-minute break.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break so the audio situation can be looked at and potentially corrected. So we'll take 10 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council,
The meeting's back to order.
and I'd like to state for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Judge arrived at 6:42 p.m. Thank you. Fourth item on the agenda, public hearings. All land use public hearings are postponed due to the county stay well at home order and to ensure an appropriate opportunity for public input. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 5. This is the item for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and information reports. All comments submitted emailed prior to 12 p.m. today have been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk at the meeting. Comments received by email beginning 12 noon today and up to the beginning of this public statement item on the agenda will now be read for a period of 60 minutes, spending 3 minutes on each email. Every effort will be made to read all emails into the record, but some emails may not be read due to time limitations. Emails received after the beginning of public statements or unread emails will be made part of the record if received prior to the end of the meeting. City Council members may offer a response to the extent possible under Agenda Item 5A. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any other comments, we can begin reading the emails.
I'd just like to remind everybody that we did double the time frame based on the number of emails that we received to try giving everybody a good opportunity to get their emails in. So with that, we'll move forward with the first email.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The first speaker I have is Martha Nissen, who wrote in. She says, Mike Judge has lost the trust and respect of his citizens and must resign. Next is Lauren Shapiro. Mike Judge needs to resign. As someone who not only grew up in Simi Valley, but decided to move back after college to raise my own family, this is not the leadership I spend my tax dollars on. We deserve better. Our children should be able to look up to the people we have in leadership roles. Racism or jokes about it no longer have a place here. A student organizing a peaceful protest should not be receiving threats because an out-of-touch racist dinosaur thought it was funny and decided to post it on his Facebook page. His intent was not to be transparent, it was to be malicious. The fact he said that she and her family only perceived the racism they've experienced here makes it even more evident that he is indeed racist. If I was sexually assaulted here, he is the type of man that I would say I must have done something to ask for it. Is he the best we have to represent us as a city? If he is, that's more argument for the fact our education system needs more funding. And can someone please help the mayor change his Facebook name? It still says Keith Mayor for Matt Mayor. Help him. Thank you, Lauren Shapiro. Scott Jones writes in, my name is Scott Jones, and I would just like to express my outrage at the online presence of Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge. He has a history of repeatedly using social media platforms to post provocative and racist material, and since he was publicly outed, his anemic response lacked the depth of the situation. It did nothing to allay concerns about his character. Before I continue, please allow me to share a bit about myself. My wife, 2 daughters, and I moved to Simi Valley nearly 6 years ago, having bought our first home after I completed a 20-year career in the Navy. We chose this wonderful city because of its record as a safe city, close enough to Los Angeles with that small town feel. As a matter of fact, my daughter Daniela is a member of our city's youth council. Since we moved here, the people we have met in the city have been wonderful, friendly, and have a great sense of community. Wanting to become more connected to our community, my wife and I joined a number of Simi Valley pages on Facebook, exposing us to a side of Simi we were unaware of when we moved here. It saddens me to think there are such people in this community we share, but seeing the same hateful and provocative posts from an elected official have called me to reach out to you for a possible solution. Trust me, I'm well aware of the current political climate we are all having to endure over the last several years, but we should expect more of our locally elected officials. Members of the City Council are the politicians closest to the people, and Mike Judge seems to be playing to the lowest common denominator of our community by causing divisiveness and promoting violence by wanting to, quote, mobilize septic tank trucks, end quote, put a pressure cannon on them, hose them down, end quote. As a constituent and lifelong voter, I ask that Mayor Pro Tem Judge be disciplined. Additionally, after looking at our city's social media policy, I see there is no order about social media restrictions for city employees or members of a board, committee, or commission, as I have seen in the policies of other cities. I believe our policy needs an update. And to Mayor Pro Tem Judge, I want to thank you. As someone who was admittedly willing to stay on the sidelines and just be a Facebook warrior in our nation's struggle for true equality for all, your abhorrent behavior as an elected official and a member of a community charged with serving and protecting all citizens has awakened something inside me. Because of you, I will become more involved with this city I love. You'll be hearing my name in the future. Daniel McGreevy writes, good evening, council members. I'm writing to demand that Mike Judge resign from the council immediately. Judge's recent actions are just another example of his pattern of inappropriate actions that reflect poorly on Simi. Between sharing decapitation and porn videos on Facebook and nodding off on the dais, Judge has already warranted questioning whether his behavior is what Simi should be uplifting, and is clear that he failed to learn from his mistakes. When Judge called for protesters to be pressure washed by septic tanks, he reminded us of who he is, a man with no regard for his office. This played into racist history cannot be excused, as his sense of humor, Mashburn, his words, feed into a poor image of Simi. Judge clearly has no remorse. While he wrote a half-heartedly apology for Facebook, he told all of California on CBS 2 News that he didn't think he did anything wrong. Now he's just fighting to save his skin. Furthermore, judges called the council last Saturday's protest as disgusting, claiming it would damage our community when we had already had a peaceful protest in the days before. We cannot sweep our city's problems under the rug. If our city is combating racism, then a well-amended march of solidarity is the perfect way to prove it. The rest of the council cannot let Mike drag you and the city down with him. You must stand firm and support his censure and removal from office. Simi deserves better than Mike Judge. Mr. McGreevy is a senior resident, Troop 605 Eagle Scout, and Santa Susana alumni. Kimberly Walgren writes, good afternoon. I hope to have my email read aloud tonight in hopes that the entire City Council can hear the voice of the people, since Sue had declined to take messages when I called to file a formal complaint against Mike Judge. When I emailed Mayor Mashburn, I received a 4-letter response. I have never felt so shelved in my life. Do you not want the people of Simi to voice how they feel in a constructive way? When I saw what Mike Judge wrote about pressure cannon shooting protesters with septic tanks, I was horrified. How can someone who's supposed to be a leader be making divisive and disgusting comments like this? Leaders have strength, vision, and devotion, all of these that Mike Judge lacks. When he decided to publicly, I wonder what he was trying to accomplish as a leader. My family and I have lived in Simi Valley for years, and I can tell you as citizens, this does not reflect the moral character I would hope my city would exemplify. I am embarrassed and ashamed to have a leader from my community making comments like these, and so should you. I urge you to resign, Mike Judge. You are not who we want representing Simi Valley. Not only do you need professional guidance, you are seriously needing personal growth as well. I will continue to urge everyone to encourage you to step down and step out. I will continue to fight to have people like you removed of all your power, and I will continue to let everyone know how vile your personal thoughts are. Thank you, Kimberly Walgreen. Next, is Barbara Jakubinas. Honorable council persons, I am appalled. I'm appalled to learn that someone with such blatant racist beliefs sits on the city council of our beautiful Simi Valley. Mike Judge sits on the council. He is a member of the leadership, and he is a decision maker regarding countless matters affecting the quality and perhaps the racial equality of our community. As you can see from this attachments are screenshots of social media, which will be provided to council. As you can see from this attachment, expressing his racist, fascist ideals is a common occurrence for Mr. Judge. Not only did he foolishly embarrass our city these past days with a septic tank suggestion, he believes utilizing a military tank is an appropriate way to control the minority populace. A belief, I would suggest, that is shared with the Minneapolis police officer who murdered George Floyd. This is outrageous. And you 4 councilpersons should be equally outraged. If you are not outraged, you should be ashamed. I was proud of my city on Saturday. Like millions of others Americans across the country, citizens of Simi Valley peacefully marched and expressed their hope and fervent belief that every American has an equal right to a better life, a right to the American dream. When given the opportunity to support this effort, Mr. Judge, city councilman, decision maker, racist, made every effort to convince the young woman organizer to call off the march. Mr. Judge's deep-seated racial beliefs may have been amused or rang a bell with my grandfather, but this is the 21st century. We are better than this. I beg you. Please convince Mr. Judge that he and his racist attitudes have no place in our democracy and certainly should not represent our city. Respectfully, again, it's Barbara, she's a Simi Valley resident. Lori Sheridan writes, Dear Councilmember Luevanos, I'm writing to request that the City Council censure Mike Judge, strip him of his mayor pro tem status, and encourage his resignation. He frequently posts xenophobic, misogynistic, and racist memes on his Facebook page. He believes that since it's on his personal page, not his official city council page, that he has done nothing wrong. Just the fact that he believes in this racist ideology and posts them as an egregious violation of the public trust. In addition to the meme that made the news this past week, he also posted an animated GIF of a tank and cannon following a young black man with the comment, quote, I know at least one person who would approve of this, end quote. This is disgusting, and everything that the community protested this past weekend. That these displays of racism come from an elected official is even more offensive. Like the president, his defense is it's a joke, but it's only a racist constituents find it funny. Because he believes racism to be funny, he should be censured, stripped of his mayor pro tem status, and resign. At one point, he commented on Facebook, paraphrased here, quote, if you don't see it as a joke, that's on you, and how dare anyone equate the rights of today with the peaceful protests of the 60s, end quote. I'm not sure which 1960s protests he learned about, but clearly not the same ones that I learned about. He frequently touts his status as a 30-year veteran of the LAPD in a training officer role. His rhetoric on assault weapons and history of stoking violence against immigrants, Muslims, and communities of color, combined with his role as a training officer, is everything that the community protested this past weekend. That he doesn't make the connection shows an incredible lack of judgment, and as such, he should resign. A young black girl reached out to him on Facebook with an invitation to come meet her at a protest on Saturday to discuss Simi's perceived racism problem. He cut her down and white-splained to her how Simi came to host the Rodney King trial, something she didn't mention. Parentheses, and indeed, Simi has a perceived racism problem far beyond Rodney King. He then refused to meet with her, but said she had every right to peacefully protest, but that he didn't think there would be a peaceful protest, but basically, good luck to you anyway. He then shared her letter and his response with his friends in a public post in the name of transparency, including her name. This was so wrong. In her letter, she identified herself as a black teenager. He had no right to release her name without her consent, especially since it was unclear whether she was a minor. That resulted in her receiving many threats over the planned peaceful protest. Whether he intended to release her name to the public to incite threats, or whether it never even occurred to him that releasing a young black girl's name would be problematic, he showed a terrible lack of judgment and should be censured and resign. Because he has no concept of the privacy concerns of his constituents, he should be censured and resigned. I'm at 3 minutes? Okay. Just got one more paragraph. The next speaker is by Teresa Grant. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm reaching out as a concerned citizen and Simi Valley community member. I'm appalled at the public actions of our City Council member, Mike Judge. Our council members have a duty to show Simi Valley in its best light. You are the best of us and are expected to behave in a manner that represents our community. This does not seem to be the route that council member Mike Judge has chosen. Instead, he has chosen to post insensitive and disgusting memes and comments in different public and community Facebook forums. I sat quietly when he posted a video of a woman being decapitated. I was silent when he shared links to sites including, quote, hot mirror shots and, quote, hot chicks with abs. But I can no longer ignore his blatant disregard for the position he holds and responsibility that comes with it. The meme that he shared encouraging the use of septic tanks was by far one of the more mild posts that have since been deleted. More mild posts that have been since deleted or turned private in relation to the protests of the Black Lives Matter movement. One of the photos he shared depicted a tank aimed at a black man on the sidewalk with the caption, quote, I know at least one friend that would support this, end quote. The man was just standing there. That post was not to condemn riots, as was his excuse on some of the other memes and comments that he had shared. Protests are one of the examples of how democracy works, and for him to incite fear in our community, stating that he has yet to see an example of a peaceful protest, left me feeling for the first time embarrassed of where I have grown up and where I am raising my children. I was expecting something more encouraging and better research from him as a community leader. I'm so thankful that our community was able to come together to show our support for all our residents. We could not allow our leaders to project our town in a hateful and fearful. I would like it to be noted that I feel it is time for him to resign. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. Next is Sarah Rockwood. I'm a Simi Valley native. I am writing to ask you from the bottom of my heart to please remove Mike Judge from office. Mike Judge represents the loud, ruddy-faced, racist, and perverse face of Simi Valley that so many know. He is a man who has published videos of women violently decapitated. He has called for peaceful protesters to be sprayed with human feces. What does that say to his character? What you have blooming gently and quietly is a new generation of Simi Valley residents who are diverse, peaceful, and ready for change. Removing Mike Judge would be a symbol that you can learn from your mistakes, grow, and change. When I was a student at Royal High School, I sat down with Bob LaBelle to ask him to stop behaviors that were encouraging racist and harmful rhetoric in the student body. He dismissed me, laughed at me, and called me sweetie. I was 15. What I learned then is that men in power didn't care about me and that my voice didn't matter. It took me years after that to understand that my voice mattered. I'm begging you to please not silence the young generation you are serving. Please remove Mike Judge from office. Next is Rain Weisman. She writes, hello, I'm a 33-year resident of Simi Valley and was here for the Rodney King trial and aftermath. The joke and additional comments shared by Councilman Mike Judge were not only shocking, but appalling and extremely offensive as well. Given his position since making such comments and his long history of making controversial statements, I feel it's best for our city that he be removed. I hope that you will share these comments with the public during the City Council meeting this evening. Next is Margaret Sanborn. Mike Judd's joke about spraying sewage is a perfect example of the systematic racism that he claims does not exist in Simi Valley. To joke about spraying citizens with sewage would be horrible at any time, but is way over the line when citizens are actively exercising their right to protest. I, for one, am very aware of this nation's history of police attacking peaceful protesters and aware that the peaceful protests of the 1960s were often escalated into riots due to violent actions by police. The same behavior is on view today around the country, which is the deeper issue behind this joke. And that isn't Mike Judd's only recent post expressing for disdain for citizens exercising their right to protest. In another Facebook post, he stated that, quote, peaceful protest that isn't in front of governmental facility has an ulterior motive known to anyone with, quote, half a brain. This assumption should offend every citizen who has a protest at a busy intersection. As a homeowner, voter, and member of the community in Simi Valley, I would like to understand exactly what Mike Judge and anyone with half a brain thinks my intention is when I protest on a street corner near a shopping mall. I request that the council consider the negative impact of these comments of the harmony of our community and request council member Judge's resignation. Anne Marie Espinoza writes, as a nearly lifelong Simi Valley resident, I am horrified by Mike Judge's social media presence, correspondence with youth activists, and lack of accountability. He does not represent myself, my family, or my fellow Simi Valley residents. In fact, he is only perpetuating Simi Valley's racist and bigoted reputation. I feel sorry for him and his severe lack of self-awareness. Mike Judge, your time is up. Please resign immediately. Rachel St. George writes, Councilmember Mike Judge's behavior on and off of social media is revealing of his true character. His comments may be sick jokes that a person would say in private, but when a police officer and city official puts it publicly on social media, it's no longer a joke. It is a representation of how Judge truly feels the issues at hand. His bias extends to the decisions he makes on our city council and breaches the trust of his constituents. He is not fit for this position of public service. I am demanding Mike Judge's censure and resignation. Kyle Ballard writes, hello, my name is Kyle, and I'm a lifelong resident of Simi Valley. Mike Judge's continuous public statements on social media are unacceptable and promote violent rhetoric. I do not feel comfortable with our own Mayor Pro Tem showing total lack of empathy and support to his community. This is not the first time Mike has shown this behavior before. Example, posting decapitation videos, memes about using tanks against civilians, making fun of people wearing masks to prevent coronavirus. The list goes on. Please make this city better and remove Mike Judge from City Council. Reese Holland writes in, Mike Judge has proven himself to be an unreliable and dangerous individual to hold any elected office. For the position of mayor, the Code of Ethics states, quote, the professional and personal conduct of members must be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety, end quote. Judge's social media presence is the exact opposite of what the Code of Ethics demands. Judge has been posting harmful, inappropriate, hateful, and dangerous material on a personal social media account, and in doing so demonstrates that he deserves only reproach for his behavior. Apologizing for something he shouldn't have done once he could possibly be acceptable. But this is the case of serial violations and shows that he knows that he's doing by posting such content and has been actively engaging in propriety. Simi Valley is a peaceful, diverse community. Anyone from a visitor to a citizen to an elected official does not have permission to sow discontent among our citizens, and to see that from Mike Judge is a disgrace. Censure and demand resignation or simply move to any applicable criminal charges now. Fred Rockwood writes, I'm a resident of Simi Valley and I'm writing to ask you to censure Mike Judge to resign or remove from his position as an elected representative of my community. He does not represent the future of a younger, more tolerant, and diverse Simi Valley. He is stubbornly entrenched in the past. It's time for him and for those on the City Council who would enable his remaining on the council to go. I was disgusted by his actions and words leading up to the George Floyd demonstration. He described those of us who wished to participate as violent, and when we weren't, he credited the police. He did this even though the Simi Valley Police Department thanked those of us for protesting for doing so peacefully. He does not like, respect, or represent us. Mike Judge must resign. Sharon Levine writes, as a Simi Valley resident, I was appalled, though I regret to say not surprised, by Mike Judge's Facebook post advocating for hosing protesters with raw sewage. Of course, it's significant that most of these protesters are people of color. This is completely unacceptable and in clear violation of the City of Simi Valley Code of Ethics and Conduct. We all understand that this is not an example of humor, nor was it an isolated incident. Rather, it was the latest in a string of offensive, provocative, and threatening social media posts by the Mayor Pro Tem. For years, Mr. Judge has displayed a pattern of disrespectful online behavior. I've attended many City Council meetings, and I doubt that this kind of behavior on the part of a female council member would be tolerated for a minute. It's 2020. The double standard has to go. I'm sick and tired of being represented by a man who treats his constituents with disdain. Mike Judge must be censured, and he must resign. Vanessa Guerrero writes, Dear members of the Simi Valley City Council, I'm a concerned resident. I'm concerned about racism and police brutality being taken lightly in this city. I'm concerned about racism and police brutality being made into jokes by members of the City Council. I'm concerned about the behavior of Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge, specifically his displayed behavior on social media websites. We are at a turning point in our country when American citizens across the nation are demanding an end to systemic racism and police brutality. Yet here in Simi Valley, we are allowing someone to hold an elected seat while displaying racist behavior and condoning police brutality. When POC that reside in the city see the content that Mike Judge has posted, they are seeing that Mike Judge is insensitive to the fact that we've become a diverse city and that his job is to represent all of us. My major concern was that Mike Judge shared an email on his social media naming the young woman who organized the protest on June 6th. He claims to have done so to be transparent, yet he did not receive permission to share the email, and by naming this young woman, he put her in danger in this community. The people that follow Mike Judge on social media and are his personal friends are white conservatives who claim that Simi Valley does not have a racism problem and have harassed anyone who spoke in defense of this young woman. I will point out the fact that the white people in the city cannot say there is no racism in the city since they don't see it. Even when people are being blatantly racist, we are told it's just a joke. Due to the content that Mike Judge has posted, his social media is flooded with racist responses. Make no mistake that these responses are in line with the content that Mike Judge has posted. 1. Mike Judge posted on June 1st in response to civil unrest due to the murder of George Floyd. Quote, want to stop the riots? Mobilize the septic tank trucks, put a pressure cannon on them, hose them down. The end. And added his opinion, quote, this is brilliant. It will enforce the mask rule, end quote. Of course, he received praise from his fellow racist friends who feel uncomfortable that black people are demanding to be treated the same as white people. When one concerned citizen replied, equivalating his post on the way that black people were treated during the civil rights movement, Mike Judge replied, quote, settle down there, Spin Master. It's a joke. Didn't they use septic trucks in your example? If you don't see this as a joke, then that's on you. By the way, why are you equating the peaceful protests of the 60s with the rioting and the looting of today, end quote. A, Mike Judge is out of touch with reality. Anyone who is actually paying attention to what is going on in the streets in the U.S. has seen police fire tear gas, flash grenades, and rubber bullets at people protesting peacefully, causing severe harm and triggering a panicked response in huge crowds. B, instead of belittling a concerned citizen and brushing this off as just a joke and invalidating this concerned citizen, he should have taken a look at what she was saying and evaluated the content that he posted and the way that it comes off to our diverse community. I have to move on to the next one. Adam Figueroa writes in, I do not condone these types of actions. Mike Judge has got to go. There is no room in the public eye for racial injustice or lack thereof, justice and prosperity. I moved to this community for the safety of my child. He is a mixed race, black and white, and I refuse to have him grow up with the fear of being taunted, discriminated against, or provoked into having to defend himself on a daily basis. He should be able to grow up knowing that his life is not in danger, just going out to play with his neighborhood friends. I've been fully aware of the prejudices and racism lingering in the Simi Valley, dating back to living in Florida circa 2009. To know, even just by a word of mouth, that Simi Valley is known for heavy racism within their local justice system and political system is unfathomable. To hear about corruption in a town 3,000 miles away speaks volumes. As I now live in the Simi Valley surrounding area, I want to make sure that this becomes a place of equality and justice, for that written in the Constitution stands true for every race in existence. Joni Shoemaker writes, Dear Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council, I'm distraught to see the Facebook post by Councilmember Mike Judge. He suggested response to protests related to police brutality indicates that he is not interested in supporting the citizens of Simi Valley and exercising our First Amendment rights. I demand censure of Mike Judge and his resignation from our City Council. Furthermore, Mayor Mashburn's dismissal of Mike Judge's post as humor is also concerning. When he dismisses Councilman Judge's rhetoric, which is meant to incite violence, he is condoning such behavior. This is not humor, and that should be encouraged. This is not humor that should be encouraged or tolerated, and has no place in our city government. Roger Van Beersborn writes, Councilmember Mike Judge's attempt to hinder the efforts of Micaiah Foster, an 18-year-old community leader and positive role model for our city, are indefensible. When this young member of our community reached out to Mr. Judge to ask for his solidarity in supporting equality for people of color in our country, he responded by pressing her to cancel her peaceful event, effectively trying to remove the platform that would let her voice be heard. He claimed all events with this message are inherently violent and destructive, which is an argument that is disingenuous, problematic, and clearly untrue. There have been numerous positive and perfectly peaceful demonstrations in Simi Valley and Ventura County, many of which were on the corner in front of City Hall. It is inconceivable that Mr. Judge would be unaware of these demonstrations. Even more inexcusably, Judge then publicly posted Foster's email with her full name and framed it in the negative context of his response. For what purpose? He claimed it was for transparency, but he never posted any other email he received from community members in this way. It is not hard to see that this is a targeted attempt to intimidate Foster. Is this the leadership we want for our city? A man that when we asked for his involvement by a city's youth in an issue they care about deeply, responds by attempting to bully them, invalidate their experiences, and stymie their voices? Mike Judge, you have lost the support of the people. Resign. Carolyn Faulkner writes, it is imperative for our city that Mike Judge resign. Simi Valley has an opportunity to change the course of our history. Mike Judge is an example of what we need to change. Change is uncomfortable because it makes us look within at how we are a part of the issue. By allowing this man to make racist remarks and actions while making decisions for our city is ludicrous. For every decision he is making it with racist, sexist, bullying mentality. That is a contributing factor in our issues as a town. By allowing him to stay where he is, it makes you all accomplices. This will not bode well in election years. Even worse, it is doing harm to our community. Is that what you want for Simi Valley? If you are better than that and would like to practice unity and denounce racism, stand up to this man and request he leave his post. I would expect this to be done immediately and with the public made aware that you do not allow this to happen in your town anymore and what you are doing to be part of the solution. Your individual silence as a council is upsetting to me. As a citizen of Simi Valley, I expect to see your responses to us all. It will be very telling where you stand. The next one just has Beach Mom, doesn't have her name. Remove him. I'm a Simi Valley resident, mother to 2 daughters, and his posts are vile. He should not represent any city with his social media posts, and he's very questionable behavior. Next is Julie Pierce, who writes, as a resident of Simi Valley for nearly 20 years, I'm speaking out to express my concern that Mike Judge, who continues to hold a place of power and public trust, is unfit for this position. His attitudes and actions are unacceptable. We need people to take the issues before us, especially racism with the police force, seriously. This is nothing to joke about, and his mindset is part of what has brought us to where we find ourselves. He must go now. Summer 9Me writes in, hello, I'm a constituent in Simi Valley. I've been appalled at the national news highlighting Mike Judge's racially and historically insensitive comments. Let's not pretend that this is the first time his Facebook posts have been racially insensitive. Parentheses, I'm specifically remembering posts brought to our attention during the February hearings regarding the mosque and his Islamophobia, excuse me. I have to practice these. He said he should no longer have an honor. He should no longer have the honor to represent Simi, as his statements have brought embarrassment on our city. Mike Judge believed his constituents were attacking him, per his recent Facebook explanation, instead of hearing us as concerned citizens. This does not indicate he cares about his constituents' beliefs and needs. Instead, he's focusing only on his own feelings. I have no faith that he will work in my best interest. Instead, he has made it clear he cares only about his own thoughts and feelings, and those thoughts of people who agree with him. I'm disappointed in the council's refusal to denounce his repeated racist statements on Facebook, and I can't imagine the horrors he expresses in person. You all know what he says, and you say nothing. Shameful. Adam Blazich writes, a resident of Simi Valley, I request that Councilman Judge resign, among other reasons, for comments leading up to the powerful and peaceful protest against police brutality last Saturday. Councilman Judge's comments, particularly those shared on social media, were misinformed, misplaced, and malicious. They were misinformed because they were called for hosing down people in the context of a protest against anti-black racism, when hoses were infamously turned on demonstrators in the civil rights movement. His comments were misplaced because they perpetuated a prejudicial fear that Black Lives Matter protests would threaten to bring violence to Simi, when there was no reason to have that fear. His comments were malicious because whether directly through those comments or indirectly through the threats of violence the comments legitimated, they risked deterring people from exercising their First Amendment right to protest out our worries that they may be harmed in doing so. To the point that Councilman Judge's comments were directed at rioters, first, no human being should be hosed down with sewage. Second, it is not always apparent who is and is not a rioter, meaning peaceful protesters could be caught in the fray, a possibility which may deter people from engaging in a peaceful protest. Third, even if targeted only at rioters, his comments distracted from the message of the protest, namely, that we should stand against police violence, violence which should not be conflated with rioting. For these reasons, among others, I request Councilmember Judge resign. Thank you. Jack Adams writes, the comments made by Mr. Judge about stopping riots using septic tank trucks do not befit a leader in any capacity. I would encourage the council to support his censure and removal from office. Comments such as this from anyone, especially a mayor, should not be tolerated by anyone, especially his peers. Matthew Michaelek writes, in a stunning show of support for the ongoing battle for equal civic and human rights, Mike Judge in a Facebook post stated that it was, quoting his response, brilliant idea to stop riots by, quoting the post he responded to, mobilizing the septic tank trucks, put a pressure cannon on them, and hose them down, end quote. As riots count under violent protesting, I can understand that the defense from Mike Judge is that rioters are causing damage to private property and are committing serious crimes. However, the police force is still up and running, so why not arrest these people? Why incite violence upon others when Simi Valley supports the police force with a budget of over $30 million? Is that the image you want Simi Valley to have, that the mayor of Simi Valley wants to escalate violence? In the state that we are living in, there are things to drastically improve upon, such as the fair treating of Black lives and the issue of police brutality, neither of which require the escalation of violence. It is for the reason that Mike Judge explicitly supported violence against an entire population that I ask that he be reconsidered as fit to serve the image and people of Simi Valley. I, for one, want to rebuild the image Simi Valley as a piece of inequality, not one of hate and violence. Heather Mason writes, my feelings on Mike Judge. The letter he wrote to Micaiah Foster was incredibly patronizing and disgusting. If you would open your eyes and your heart, you would know that there are thousands of peaceful protests occurring all over the nation and the world. I had full faith in the people of Simi Valley that we would have an amazing, peaceful protest supporting Black Lives Matter. How sad that you couldn't see it. You are not the type of leadership Simi Valley needs. Racism does not belong here. You do not belong here. Please resign. Delaney Mice writes, time and time again, Mike Judge's actions have proven that he is unfit for public office. He has shared pornographic links, a video of decapitated women, and a recommendation that rioters be hosed from septic tanks. Not only is he tone deaf and ignorant to the struggles, discrimination, and racism felt by people of color every day, he has chosen to be grossly dismissive and inflammatory. Mike Judge might not care about his own reputation, but he has an obligation to represent this city as well as a public servant. He has utterly failed. He continually abuses his position of power and privilege to spread hateful and vulgar rhetoric, and he generates negative attention and publicity for Simi Valley. To say the least, he's an embarrassment and a disgrace to the city of Simi Valley, and we will not tolerate it any longer. Mike Judge, you owe this city more than a half-hearted apology. You owe us your resignation. Rebecca Mansour writes, I'm writing this email in regards to Mike Judge and his lack of professionalism as a city council member. His public post referring to shooting power cannons, septic fluid is not a good representation for the city of Simi Valley. His post regarding his conversation with Ms. Foster seemed to promote negativity and divisiveness. He is also rather vocal and lacking decorum in multiple public forums. I demand his censure and resignation because Simi Valley deserves a better reputation. Rachel Meek writes, the current Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge does not represent the majority of the community members in Simi Valley. His public posts on how he feels towards Black people, people of color, women, and people of the LGBTQ community are outrageous and disgusting. To have him as a representative of the city sends the wrong message that all citizens of the city are valued. The only thing to do as a step in the right direction is for him to resign now. Karen Hoffman writes, this man is despicable and has no place representing our city council, Simi Valley. I've been to plenty of city council meetings, and this man has nothing to offer or say at any of them. Simi can do so much better and should remove him immediately. It took us 28 years to remove the stigma of what happened with the Rodney King trial. Let's show the world that Simi is not a racist community. Mike Judge represents all that is bad in our city. Alexis Abrams writes, I've been a citizen of Simi Valley my entire life, going to elementary, middle, and high school here, having all of my major life achievements so far take place in this town. I speak for myself and many others when I say that we are ready for Mike Judge to step down from his position. As we saw in the amazing peaceful protest on Saturday the 6th, this town is hungry for change. Mike Judge's posts, jokes, and comments are not only entirely disrespectful and disgusting, but they do not showcase the values we hold up in this town. I respectfully request his resignation and hope the council will read his words and see that they do not support the direction that we need to be moving as a city. It is time to move forward. Thank you. Kirk Petty writes, "My name is KP and I reside in Wood Ranch. I served 9 years for my country and 2 combat tours in Iraq as a United States Marine. My role models for leadership are ones that reflected good judgment, fairness, and character. Mike Judge shows none of those and shows no desire to learn from his mistakes. His constant buffoonery, racism, and sexism reflect poorly upon himself, but more importantly, reflect poorly on every citizen in this town. His behaviors leading into the BLM, Black Lives Matter protest of June 6th, are but a microcosm of the poor judgment and behavior he's exhibited over the last 10 years. His sheer stupidity on social media and subsequent inability to muster a sincere apology made this town a target for local and national media focus and ridicule. He directly put our town in danger. In any other job, he would have been long fired or disciplined for his continued embarrassment. I implore him to resign or for you to censure or remove him from his role. Your silence and inaction towards him shows that you either support his message and manner or you are also incapable of doing the right thing in leading this community. Thank you for your time." Ethan Shapiro writes, "Mayor Pro Tem Judge has made it clear that he does not represent all residents of our city, excuse me. I'm sure you have already made aware that he has posted racist, septicosing, misogynistic, DoorDash strippers, topless women, and homophobic cake refusal memes publicly to his personal Facebook page. I'm offended on both the comedic and social level, as this lowbrow so-called, quote, sense of humor has no place in the world today, especially from a public figure, and does nothing more than further the hillbilly stigma that plagues our city. And to this Mr. Judge's lack of confidence in our residents to come together in hosting a peaceful protest while actively working to shut it down through wildly uninformed generalization that all protests turn into violence. He went so far as to chalk up our protest organizers' personal experiences with discrimination to, quote, perceived racism from the stories being pushed out by the left about Rodney King trial, end quote. Sure, Mike, she's probably just perceived the racial slurs that have been flung at her. If there's anyone that can't see the harm and lack of empathy in this statement, our town is in deep, deep trouble. Mike Judge needs to resign so that we can fill his seat with someone who will take the time to educate themselves, attempt to understand another's point of view, and will actively work to make our community better. Maintaining the status quo is no longer good enough. We need to be better, and Mike Judge has shown that he has no interest in being better. Thank you. Next, we have Thomas Hartfield, who writes, "Dear City Council, I'm writing to you today as a constituent and as a property owner in the City of Simi Valley regarding the inexcusable behavior of City of Simi Valley Council Member Mr. Mike Judge. The inflammatory and insensitive remarks from Mr. Judge should be of concern to all. Mr. Judge's claim it was a joke was no laughing matter, especially when it comes to violence against rioters and protesters, or any individual for that matter. Every citizen in America has the right to a humane and just reaction to their actions with respect and dignity. Opening a firehouse, says house, with septic waste or unhuman beings is not something I would expect a Simi Valley council member to promote, either publicly or personally. This behavior is not acceptable for our city and should not be condoned nor brushed under the carpet as just joking, especially as this is not the first occasion where there have been issues with incendiary social media posts. The personal beliefs by Mr. Judd do not represent my values as a property owner in the City of Simi Valley, and I certainly hope they do not reflect the values of the City of Simi Valley or its council members. I respectfully request Mr. Judge to be censured and removed from office immediately. Thank you for listening to my concerns." Kelly Roy writes, "I was deeply disturbed when I recently read the social media post from our city council member, Mike Judge. I marched at the peaceful protest this past Saturday where I got to hear not only the organizers and the religious guests, but also our Simi Valley police chief. I was so encouraged to hear our community represented by such a peaceful and supportive police chief. It felt like we were all on the same team to protect the Black members of our community, and this is coming from someone who is raising a Black son in this community. We need people on our city council that want to work with and for their constituents. Someone who does not threaten to assault other human beings while representing our community. I do not accept his apology as he clearly wants to simplify what's going on in our country at this moment And instead of looking within to be part of the solution, what he can do to contribute positively in his own community for his Black constituents. He seems to have ignorantly advocated violence against citizens. I do not want him representing my community, as I refuse to believe that is Simi Valley. We deserve better. Please resign, Mike Judge. Robbie Hidalgo writes in, on April 6, 2020, a request and proposal for a supplement to local DES Order Number 1 was submitted to the Council, providing for critical safeguards already adopted by 95% of more than 150 California cities with COVID-19 related owner and tenant relief orders, including reasonable and feasible repayment terms. On May 31st, 2020, local DES Order Number 1 was set to expire without any action have been taken on the supplement proposal, thus exposing local business owners and residents to potential insolvency just last week, before these businesses and residents had begun any economic recovery at all. Fortunately, on May 29th, 2020, State Executive Order N-66-20 was issued, automatically extending the expiry of DES Order Number 1 through July 28, 2020. Thus, local businesses, tenants, and legislators were granted a reprieve from potentially devastating negative economic consequence. We must not abandon our obligation to support our local businesses and citizens' fragile economic recovery by inaction. Would City Manager kindly comment, execute in whole or in part under emergency authority, or in lieu of these options, accept request now or under Agenda Item 9B to place the DES Number 1 supplement proposal of April 6 before the Council and the people for action at a meeting prior to the July 28th expiration of these critical business and residential economic protections. DES execution would naturally be the most responsive solution on behalf of our local businesses and tenants and minimize additional administrative burden during these recently demanding circumstances developing in our city. Jonathan Cartwright, Simi Valley Council members and public. I am an alumnus of Big Springs and Justin Elementary Schools, Hillside Junior High, and Royal High School. As I'm sure you're aware by now, a young citizen from Simi Valley invited Mike Judge to a peaceful march which took place on June 6, 2020. He refused her invitation, which was his right. However, the manner in which he rebuked her was unacceptable and uncivil. In his response, he nullified her personal experience, which she had bravely shared, and blamed propaganda from the Rodney King trial as having warped her mind. This implies that Mike Judge believes that the only event of racial significance that a person from Simi Valley could be affected by was the Rodney King trial. The Rodney King trial was 28 years ago. The Rodney King trial was 12 years before she was born. If Mike Judge has refused to follow the news since 1992, how could he possibly be an effective civil leader? In his rebuke, he posted the content of her email along with her contact information to the general public on Facebook. This is an aggressive intimidation tactic known as doxing, used to suppress dissenting or unwanted voices. This peaceful Simi Valley citizen is 16 years old. Additionally, he posted a meme supporting the idea of spraying contents of a septic tank on protesters using high-pressure hoses. Beyond conjuring imagery of the human rights abuses committed during the civil rights movement of the 60s, this implies that he thought it was appropriate that citizens of Simi Valley should be sprayed with human waste for exercising their First Amendment rights. His claim after the fact that he was only joking is disingenuous at best, and even if true, it shows he's incapable of the civil responsibilities of a man in his position. This is not a man who represents peaceful citizenship, civic responsibility, or the rights of the citizens he supposedly represents. It is astonishing to me that he has not already been professionally removed from his position of power by the other members of the Simi Valley government. I implore you, for the sake of honor and decency, to remove Mike Judge from any position of influence and to open your eyes, ears, and hearts and minds to the experiences of citizens from every background within this city. Our next person who wrote in is Leslie Foster. It's regarding the safety of my daughter, Micaiah Foster, and Simi Valley Council member Mike Judge's reckless disregard. Due to recent murders of African Americans by racist authorities, part of the ongoing terrorism of racism inflicted on Black Americans throughout her lifetime, my daughter, Micaiah Foster, determined to organize a peaceful protest in her hometown of Simi Valley. On June 2nd, she contacted all members of the City Council, the school board, the mayor, etc., to stand with the community in solidarity with Black lives at a planned protest. The protest was scheduled for June 6th. Councilmember Mike Judge declined her offer. Instead, he attempted to encourage her to cancel it in a statement on his private Facebook post. She never had a chance to reply to him before he placed it on his city Facebook page, a posting which included Micaiah's full name. Micaiah had expressly not disclosed her full name in any posting, as she intended instead to be anonymous in order to protect her family. His initial post to her was removed from his page, but then reposted with the claim it was, quote, in the interest of transparency, end quote. People in the community contacted him, outraged that he put this young woman's life in danger by reporting her name. He nevertheless posted it in a callous disregard for her safety. We contacted the police chief about this. He subsequently provided a patrol to keep watch on our street and, moreover, ensured safety for the peaceful protest when that occurred. We are grateful for the compassion and wisdom of our Simi Valley Police Chief, but believe Council Member Judge should be censured, if not removed, for not taking the safety of this young African-American organizer seriously. Andrea Little writes, Mike Judge has not followed the City Valley Code of Ethics that he signed as a council member. He made public his disgusting posts on his private Facebook, which were directly linked from his council member page on the Simi Valley government site. In a time when compassion and trust is a must from our representatives, he chose to act divisive and turn a deaf ear. His defense of, I thought it was a joke, is ridiculous coming from someone in his position. He would and does demand more from fellow council people, as do we all. He is no exception. That's actually Mike and Andrea Little. JJ Tamagotchi writes, I would like to request the undivided attention of the City Council, specifically City Council member who is known to peruse Facebook during official town business. Mike Judge is in direct violation of the City of Simi Valley Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected officials and members of appointed boards, commissions, and committees by publicly posting Ms. Micaiah Foster's private emails and personal information without her permission on his personal and public Facebook pages. Item number 10 of the Code of Ethics and Conduct explicitly states that elected officials, quote, shall never disclose confidential information without proper legal authorization, nor use such information to advance their personal interest, and to respect the dignity and privacy of individuals and organizations, end quote. Mike Judge publicly posted to Simi Valley residents' personal information without her permission and invited death threats to a teenager who was practicing her First Amendment rights of free speech and assembly. Item number 18 states that City Council, quote, may impose sanctions on members whose conduct does not comply with the city's ethical standards and may, quote, remove members of boards, commissions, and committees from office. Mike Judge's violation is sufficient grounds of removal from City Council, and I demand Keith Mashburn, Dee Dee Kavanaugh, Ruth Luevanos, and Elaine Litster to remove Judge from office immediately. Next, we have Heather Hillstrom. Dear Council, Mike Judge has proven time and time again that he is unable to serve the City of Simi Valley without inserting his personal beliefs and political leanings into every conversation. Simi Valley is a diverse city where there is an almost even balance between Republicans and Democrats, yet his absolute disdain and hatred of Democrats is palpable. His biggest contribution, his legacy, is that of hate, division, and blatant dismissal of anyone or anything that doesn't align with his personal beliefs. The community has spoken, and the message is clear. Mike Judge doesn't represent his constituents. He represents only himself, and we want his resignation. He has only embarrassed himself, our city, and it has to stop. Next is Peter DiVincenzo. Dear Simi Valley City Council, in response to the multiple Facebook posts on Mike Judge's page, he has violated the Code of Conduct and must resign. At least 2 of his posts have serious racist overtones, turning hoses on groups of people, and a military vehicle pointed at a black man. If these are the kinds of things that Mr. Judge willingly portrays to the public, one can only imagine what he is doing or saying in the private. We hope that the entire Simi Valley City Council will agree that violating the Code of Conduct should result in Mike Judge's immediate resignation. Grant Keller writes in, Hello, Council. I'm a local teacher in Simi Valley and attended Big Springs, Valley View, and Simi Valley High School, class of 2010. I want to express my deepest concerns for council member judges' time's up?
Can we hear the remainder of that, at least? Respectfully, Mayor, I sat through 3 hours of criticism. If we could just hear the remainder of the email.
Finish this one I'm on? Sure. I'll start again. Grant Kellers, a local teacher in Simi Valley and attended Big Springs, Valley View, Simi Valley High School, class of 2010. I want to express my deepest concerns for council member judges' instinctive response to spray rioters with a septic tank. Although it is veiled, focusing on rioters instead of protesters is an example of systemic racism. I'm also disappointed that he did not support the protest due to fear. It caused me to be fearful when we should have been empowered to help the Black community. I hope you all support the Black Lives Matter movement and are able to articulate specific examples of how Black communities have been disadvantaged for 400 years, continuing today. What is our council doing to address it?
Time's up. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Next item on the agenda is 5A, council comments regarding public statements. Mr. Mayor, you may begin 5A.
Okay, I think Mayor Pro Tem Judge is starting to get this chart, and we should wait for him to carry on this conversation. It's not fair to keep me in here. I do want to caution that this is not a trial, and our direction at this point is to respond to the comments made by the public. And typically it's regarding each council member response to what was said about them. This is not a time to discuss the... Oh, thank you. My mic wasn't... This is not a time to discuss. That would be improper and illegal to discuss these things. We could put them on an agenda for a future date. So please, when you make your comments, remember that. And I'm looking towards the city manager to help, or city attorney to help with this. We do not want to break the Brown Act. We don't want to violate any protocols. So with that,
Mr. Mayor, if I can respond to that. So the responses the council has adopted, but also there's a tradition of a 90-second response with another.
You made the 90-second tradition. There was no tradition of that.
I did not make it. I observed it and brought it to you. But you could waive that, but you can't waive it too much. And there's another 30 seconds that the council, I think, put in. If someone's character was impugned, they could ask for that.
I'm good with the 90 seconds, but
Yeah.
I just say that's a change, and that's fine. But
anyway,
the whole idea is we have to stick to the rules of the and the protocol, and that is this is usually a very brief response from the council back when somebody says something particular about a council member. But the only thing I'm trying to lead up to is this is not a time for the council to debate the future or whatever's going to go on and any punishment with Mayor Pro Tem Judge. So with that, let's start with Councilmember Kavanaugh. Comments?
Just to say thank you to our community for reaching out with their concerns. We received multiple emails. I made sure that I read every single one of them. I did post an actual statement on where I stand on things. And again, we have First Amendment rights. Everyone has the right to free speech. And I'm so glad that our community is able to do that and feels comfortable enough to talk with the council and let us know what they think. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lipster.
May I just ask a question first?
No, it's your time to make comments on what was made to you.
Then I'll ask the question later. I was just curious to know how many more were left not read into the record. What I want to say is that I feel, I am saddened by all that I'm hearing and empathize and understand. I was here at City Hall until 3 a.m. last night, writing responses to everyone who sent me individual comments about the situation, and so I responded and will continue to respond. We will be discussing it further, but my heart is saddened, and I just want Micaiah's mother to know that we appreciated and registered her comments and are very sad that she might have been fearful for her daughter. And so that's all I'm going to say for right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, I would like to address two things that were mentioned in the public comments, and I would like to also ask after we all make comments if we can find out how many more comments were received for public comments. With regard to Robbie Hidalgo Supplemental 1D and 6620 order, we do need support our businesses here. We do need to do that. And I know we've mentioned it time and time again at our city council meetings, but we need to make sure that our local businesses and our residents are protected by having some sort of payment plan for their rent, as well as our residents, because none of us can predict what's going to happen with COVID-19 and how much longer it's going to go on. As to the other comments that were made, I just want to include, I can't even begin to tell you how, as a Latina mother and someone who works with students of color constantly, how heartbreaking it is constantly to hear what students and what our residents think of Simi Valley, what the outside world, and this was not only just on national, it was on national and international news, and it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. Not only has this body denied a qualified volunteer for social media post during an election because she criticized the mayor and was denied a position that she was qualified for, we continue to allow someone who's in a paid elected position to continually embarrass our city with racist, misogynistic posts. And I won't stand for it. I am also standing with our constituents who are begging, who are hungry, like it said in the comments, to be heard. And I will not shelve our constituents' feelings. I will not shelve our constituents' concerns. I will not shelve our constituents' demand for resignation of Mike Judge. He sits on 16 committees and represents us from all across the state of California. And that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for the city of Simi Valley. And we will address it. I will be making a 9B motion. If not, one of my colleagues will be making a 9B motion for the censure of Mike Judge at the end of this meeting.
Done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My comments. First is there was reference made to my response on my city email being too short. And I just want to explain very briefly that my intent was to acknowledge that I had received it. There were so many, and for the most part, form letters received that I couldn't take the time in this busy time to sit down and write back to each and every one. I wrote to a few, and then I made a statement, but the purpose of that quick response was to let you know that I received and saw the email that you had sent. There was a comment about my campaign page. And yes, that's true. It started out as that, and then I decided that I wanted to provide information through that page. I've been delivering information about COVID and the different things and different issues that are going on in the city that I think it's important to the people, and I posted it there. And guess what? You're absolutely right. I didn't change the title of the page, but I will now, believe me. I will change that, and I'll probably start, I'll do another way of communicating with everybody. I'll rename the page, but the other part about renaming it, I thought may cause some confusion on how you can go to my page and get the information that I was now posting in an attempt to deliver valuable information to the constituency. There was a comment made about the police chief.
Mr. Mayor, your time's nearly.
I'm going to go ahead and say this is a different subject. There was comment made about the police chief. I was at the protest, and I hesitate when I say protest because it was listed in several different ways as different things, but I think we all know what I'm talking about. I attended the protest. I saw the talks, and somebody commented about the police chief doing a great job. I witnessed that. He did a wonderful job. He reached out, represented the city perfectly, and I just want to acknowledge that. And that's my comments. At this time, do you have something to say?
Just want to make sure you can let Mr. Mike Judge.
I was just going to say that.
Sorry. He thought you weren't. I'm sorry.
At this time, we're going to let Mike Judge speak, and I don't know, we'll have to talk to the attorney, but I don't think there should be a time limit.
I believe there is a time limit.
I believe that maybe I said that, and we'll let it go, and I asked the city attorney to...
We did have in the policy another 30 seconds if someone's personal character was impugned, which would apply here if the Mayor Pro Tem wishes to
That
ask.
should be enough. I don't want to violate any protocol. Yes, I am embarrassed. I'm very embarrassed. I said it publicly. I have apologized for the joke I made. It was not in good taste. It was foolish, and I shouldn't have done it. You may not think my apology is sincere, but it is. I can't change the way you feel about me. Obviously, unless you meet me and talk to me, you're not going to know what I am or what I'm like. I'll just quickly go into some defense because that was a pretty long list of stuff, and yeah, I'm embarrassed. First, I'll just clarify, I'm not going to resign. So everybody out there that's been telling me not to resign, you don't have to worry. I'm going to clarify something real quick. I have never posted anything on Facebook ever that has violated a Facebook community standard, ever. Nothing, none of my Facebook posts have ever been taken down by Facebook, and I'm sure people have complained to Facebook about them. The meme that I posted on Monday, which actually what I was doing was making a joke about the meme, because my joke was if you use, the meme said that if people, to stop a riot, put water cannons on septic tanks, hose them down, and you're done. My joke was attached to the meme that said, brilliant, then they'll wear their masks, or get them to wear their masks, something to that effect. I was making a commentary on our COVID situation because for the last 2 months, obviously, everyone on the city council, I think, I'm not positive, I'm speaking for myself, has been trying to get our folks back to work and figure out what we need to do to get folks back to work. And one of the things the doctors have said is wearing the masks. A couple of the other memes I've posted, if you look at the theme, they're all making fun of the mask wearing. I don't know what to tell you other than that. I've never posted anything misogynistic. I've never posted any porn. The beheading video I posted, I apologize. I'm going to clarify that apology. I didn't apologize for posting the video. I apologize for people that were offended by it. The video, in my opinion, at the time I posted it, was evidentiary. It showed a cartel gang killing a woman, and I thought that was useful to people that work on our borders through law enforcement. A lot of people don't buy that. That's fine. I can't change that. I can't change people's perception of me, and I'm sorry about that, but I can't. People are out there protesting right now because they don't like me. They really don't know me. I've never done anything racist in my life. I've spent 30 years on Los Angeles Police Department protecting and serving without one racial complaint. I don't even have an excessive force complaint in my package. Not really sure what else I can tell you. I am apologetic for what I did with the meme. It was in bad taste. I realize that now. And after speaking to a few friends of mine, I mean, I didn't see it at the time. I didn't post it with any kind of connotation. Number one, never mentions peaceful protesters. Never mentions anything except rioting. Rioting's a crime. Anybody that equates rioting with peaceful protesting, in my opinion, is making a huge mistake. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm very sorry to bring this embarrassment to the city. Not a very emotional guy. I usually don't get worked up about a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, this is sad, and it's affected me. And I'm very sad the community's come out this way because I didn't mean it to happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Does there?
Mayor
anybody-
Mashburn,
Break.
if you want to just have in the record, there were 69 more public statements that we didn't have time for. We'll make note of.
60 more,
69 more between noon and 7:30 when,
okay, 69 more
Yes.
statements.
Oh.
Could you let me finish my
Yes,
question of staff?
yes, I'm just waiting for you to
Thank you.
pause.
Were they all negative towards Mr. Judge?
I read,
Or do we,
I have 5 that I have not read that came in after we've been sitting here. And I would say initially a lot of negative, and then there does become an overwhelming sense of support that's coming towards the latter notices of saying things such as, we understand the mistake, but we do support Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
okay, and we'll get a report.
Oh, yeah.
General-
It would go into public record.
And
Council
the
will
entire
get
council will
every-
get that report.
Yes, every public statement will go
Yes.
into record. We didn't have enough time to read them all
I
tonight.
understand.
Okay.
I understand. Thank you. Does everyone want to break or no?
Mayor, yes, can I just ask what the timeline will be on when we'll get those other public comments?
We can provide them to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, let's take 5.
My mic was on when I was talking. Okay, cool.
There was many that,
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar, and there are 7 resolutions for consideration. Consent item 11, resolution number 2020-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley pursuant to the provisions of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, evidencing the council's intention to levy assessments for the 2020-21 fiscal year on those lots within Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, describing the proposed improvements and ordering the engineer to prepare and file a report. Resolution number 2020-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving engineer's report for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1. Resolution number 2020-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley declaring its intention pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 to levy and collect assessments on those lots or parcels within the Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, describing the improvements and their location and fixing a time and a place for and giving notice of a public hearing by the City Council on the question of the levy of proposed assessments for the fiscal year 2020-21. And consent item 12, resolution number 2020-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley acting in its capacity as a legislative body of the Community Facilities District number 2004-1 of the Simi Valley Town Center project, authorizing the levy of a special tax for fiscal year 2020-2021. And consent item 13, resolution number 2020-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing an appropriations limit for fiscal year 2020-21. And consent item 14, resolution number 2020-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley calling and giving notice of the holding of a general municipal election and to request the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura to consolidate the election of said city to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, with the statewide general election to be held on said date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Elections Code. Resolution number 2020-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley requesting the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County to permit the county elections official to render services to the city for general municipal election to be held on the day of the statewide general election. Mayor?
Okay. Any questions regarding the consent calendar, items to pull?
I'm looking at council. See if she wants to go.
I've got 2 initials down. Guess whose they are. So,
You go first, Dee Dee.
no, 2 initials, meaning we know that you and Ruth will be pulling a bunch of items.
I am not pulling a bunch. I do have questions on 14. Just a quick question, 14, please.
How quick will it be?
It'll be quick. It really
Okay,
will be.
we'll
It'll
go
be
to
quick.
that. Okay, Ruth.
I'd like to pull consent items 2, 5, 7, and 12.
2, 5, 7, and
12.
12. Okay, we're going to start with 14 because it's going to be quick.
All right.
It is. It is. I just wanted to know, in the document, it talks about that there's a different, the election costs per district. And I was curious to see that there's a different cost. District 1 is 17,000, District 2 was 14,000. I didn't see in the report the reason that there's a difference in cost for the elections.
I'm going to throw one out there. Number of people in the district.
Is that exactly what it is?
Yes.
Is it?
It depends on the registered voters in the district, the publications, the printing they'll have to do, the ballots.
Gotcha. And I guess one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up was, so does this mean then that that a district election is less expensive than a general? Is that than the way it was run previously?
I would guess not when you add them all together, because it's the same gross number of voters or ballots would go out when you add all the districts together.
Well, no, the district, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt council member.
We would be sending it out to every household instead of just the household.
But we send it all out. We send it all out for the mayor's race.
Right, so it would be more expensive.
The ballot, yes, going out to all of for the mayor all the ballots are going to all the residents for the mayor at large, but for these two, for District 1 and 3,
So it actually makes it more expensive to
Yeah,
do it this
makes
way
it more
because you have to send out separate issues to
Would it
those.
be more or less?
It's
less.
it-
Less.
Because we're not sending out as many.
Yes.
If we were electing two.
Hey, let's ask the expert.
Well, if you just look at the numbers as presented in the report, for the mayor, which is citywide, is $55,000. If you add the two districts together, that is less than 55. So if you look at just the numbers in the report, what the county is charging us for this, doing a district election is less than doing a statewide,
So they
or a
would have,
citywide.
so they would have tripled the mayor's amount if it had been at large for the council members?
If it was at large, correct.
Right, that's right.
That's,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so-
That's why I just want, thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Well, no, I take that back. You only would send out one
Well,
sample
that's-
ballot across the whole city, which will include two council members
So
and the
it
mayor.
would have been cheaper, right?
So it would have been
It would have
cheaper.
just been the mayor's
That's
amount.
right.
Okay, that's what I
So
just-
this is more expensive.
I
So
just,
throw it on me.
no, I just want people to understand what this means going forward, and it's more expense for the city, that's all. Okay, thank you, that was all.
Okay, we're going to plug 14 back in.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Levinos, number 2.
Yes, this is the budget for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center, and I have some questions. I don't know if we have a staff member here to address questions on the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center budget. Anyone? Is anyone here? Yes.
Whether I can address it or we'll have staff.
Okay, yes, I'm very concerned about the impact of COVID-19, and I know that in the general budget, the staff made all due efforts to, be conservative in terms of when the city would reopen, when businesses would be reopened, and taking into account that that may not be until December. But looking at what the requirements are from the state, it looks like, they're only going to have 25% capacity if and when the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center does open. And so I'm wondering if the revenues for the performances that's in this budget take that into account, because this is a very general budget, and it doesn't, specify exactly how the revenues are going to come in, and if it takes into account, that you're only going to be able to have, once the Cultural Arts Center is able to open, that you're only going to be able to operate at 25% capacity, thereby obviously reducing revenues by 75%. And that's my question.
Great. We did anticipate reduced revenue as a result of reduced attendance.
By 75% though?
Well, I mean, I don't think we went to 75, but we probably, I think we're closer to 50%. But we're hopeful that, we don't even know when the state is going to allow us to have the performances. So we're projecting late September as the initial date, and then a 50% capacity.
So I guess, I would like a more realistic budget that takes into account, what the guidelines are by the state, because we can't supersede what the state is asking us to do. And if they're saying right now it's going to be 25% capacity, given the rate that we have right now of COVID-19, and it doesn't actually get worse than what it already is, I think this budget needs to be revised to reflect that, because we can't approve a budget based on unrealistic expectations of what is happening right now with this pandemic.
Well, I think right now we don't have any guidance from the state. The state hasn't put out any guidance for actual theaters or performances or anything like that. The closest we would have is religious facilities, which is social distancing and no capacity, no more than 100 people in a facility and things like that. So we tried to do our best estimate for what that number would be. And I think we were conservative in what the revenue numbers would be even at the 50%. So we feel pretty confident in what the numbers we're projecting. The Arts Commission will continue to evaluate these numbers as the year progresses through, looking at the performances. We were doing very, very well on our performances until COVID hit, and we're hopeful that, based upon the plays that they're looking to do, we think we'll have a successful year, even at that 50% level.
So this is, again, at a 50% level. And my concern with projecting a 50% level, again, is the only guidance, because we don't have guidance yet. The closest guidance that we have right now from the state is that the religious facilities that are encouraged only to have 25% capacity. So our best guess would be to say it's probably going to be 25% as well at a performance facility. And I do not want to pass a budget that's based on twice as much revenue that we, probably are going to be able to have, and then expect people to get paid, for the positions that are included in this Cultural Arts Center budget based on the revenues that we can't actually and realistically, have for the city. And it needs to be a realistic budget, and that's my concern.
Well, I would suggest, similar to what you would be considering on the city's budget later on this evening, we're going to come back with a mid-year evaluation of the city's entire budget, including the Cultural Arts Center. At that time, we'll be able to make all the adjustments that we're looking to do based upon what has happened from July 1 to December 30, and where we look at from January 1 to June 30 going forward. So we will be looking at a mid-year evaluation of the Cultural Arts Center as well as the whole rest of the city's budget at that time.
So you're not willing to revise the budget for that 25%? Because that's a lot. That's twice as much revenue as right now, as of this, moment in time.
Sure.
That we would expect. And again, I don't want to make promises to, whoever's relying on this revenue to be able to get that paid and then not be able to fulfill that promise.
Well, and fortunately, we don't have anyone relying on the revenue right now because we have nothing programmed at this point in time. So that, it's a projection going forward, again, that we'll be reviewing at mid-year. And that will, again, we'll know, have we had performances, at what capacity level have we had, how well have they done, and then what are we projecting for the rest of the year, what's that capacity level again going forward into next calendar year, because we don't know that either. We don't know when all these limitations will be lifted at some point in time.
Council member, also being on the commission, there's certain things in the budget that were approved budget-wise, knowing that they'll go forward and be looked at by the city manager. They have to be signed off before those dollars can actually be spent. So part of that was, okay, ideal conditions, it'll go this way. But if they're not ideal, there's a safety valve to stop the spending, or I shouldn't say stop it because it won't ever start if there isn't the funds there.
Well, what I'm concerned, Mayor, and thank you for clarifying that. What I'm concerned about is that if you're looking at page 2 of the report, it says that there's, the city has $159,700 in compensating personnel cost. And that's my concern, is I don't want someone to rely on that. I'm being told, through my school district to, be ready for, furlough days for a 10%, reduction in pay. And I don't want to make a promise to whoever those personal costs belong to, and I'm sorry to remain nameless because I don't know who those belong to, of expecting that and then not having that after all. And I want it based on realistic projections of what's going to happen. So what are these projections of income based on? Are they based on they're going to have a full calendar as of September of 2020? And they're going to, how long are the performances going to be? How much is the cost of the tickets? You said we don't even have a commitment yet from all the production companies. That's my concern, is that we are overestimating the income for this budget. And I know you said we're going to come back and visit it in July, but again, if we say...
January.
In January.
Yes.
But, again, if that's a projection that we're having and then we don't actually have it, then is someone just out of a job in January? Is that what happens?
Absolutely not. No, what it does say in the report, that we're producing the Cultural Arts Center, which they will produce 2 shows, which is the money makers really for the Cultural Arts Center. When they produce their own shows, they make more money than on the rentals. So they'll be producing 2 shows and provide a minimum of 3 rental productions and a series of 6 concerts, as well as ongoing rentals. So that's what's projected, at least for for the year. And based upon those projections, with the revenue that we anticipate from those, this is what our estimate is. We're not, at this point in time, we're not looking at laying off any employees or furloughing anyone. The $159,000 is reimbursement to the general fund for some of the staff costs. We would be reviewing that at mid-year. That's the time when we would be reviewing that and say, okay, if the budget goes tonight as we anticipate and we have a COVID-19 recovery fund of $6 million, do we take money from that and backfill the salaries from the revenue that didn't come in for the Cultural Arts Center? That's exactly why that money is set aside.
And that is exactly my concern, Mr. Gabler, because we need the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center to survive. It needs to be a viable community source. It needs to survive on its own. And I have seen other venues that have been, doing all kinds of outreach and programs. I've only seen the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center doing one program. It was like a fairy tale program online. But I haven't seen the kind of outreach that I've seen from other cultural arts centers to try to, continue to be a viable, performing arts facility. And that's my concern because, I've seen the I've gotten emails every week from the Pantages because I subscribe to the Pantages. I haven't seen that level of engagement online, and therefore it makes it less likely that we're going to have those projected revenues. And if we do have this pandemic that does not allow any performances until January, so then that would be from January to June that we would have the 2 shows, 3 winter protections, and 6 concerts. Would that be enough time for that? Like how many nights would each of those shows run? How much would we charge for those tickets? And without having the specific information of, how much do we make in ticket sales? It's hard for me to pass this budget in good conscience because I just don't see the transparency here of how this is calculated. It seems like the budget is being calculated based on a wish list of what we want to spend as opposed to what is actually the revenues that are going to be there. And that is my concern with this budget.
So in the exhibit, it does indicate box office revenue and what is coming in, what is projected, that the Arts Commission did evaluate in their meeting to move this forward to the City Council. So there was an evaluation of box office and the share and some of the other revenue and expenditures that would be involved in that.
But I'm looking at page Exhibit 1 on the budget.
Yes.
And it says the estimated actual for 2019-20 is $290,000 for total box office sales gross. But then the proposed budget for the next year is $275,000. And that's not a reduction of 50% or 75%. That's almost the same. I mean, that's a very tiny percentage of reduction. I can take out my calculator if you want, but.
Well, keeping in mind the estimated actual is also not a full year either. Productions only ran through March and they were shut down. We had to shut down several productions. So that's even a reduction of several months in this current fiscal year.
It just seems like the projected proposed budget is based on, what we need in order to cover the costs as opposed to what is a reality. And that's my concern. Is there any possibility that this budget can be revised and be revisited in July when we meet again in a few weeks?
We're asking the City Council to adopt this budget. If the City Council would like to amend it, we certainly can.
I would like to be more realistic and more conservative in our numbers to make sure that we are not pulling money from the general fund to supplement this in January. Does that make sense?
Certainly.
May I ask a question? We're expenses versus revenue. If we're not having the shows, our expenses are going to be lower, correct?
That's correct.
And we currently have an open position that I'm guessing we won't fill until we can open the center itself and start performing. So that's also a cost savings, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that, I would like to see that, if that's part of it, if that's part of the impact of COVID-19, then I would like to see that in the budget, like what is the projected savings? And I know this is something that you and I had talked about, when we talked about the general budget. I'm sure that we've saved money on water and, janitorial supplies because we don't have the full staff coming. So I would like to see that in this budget. That's what I would like to see. If there are savings, like Councilmember Kavanaugh has stated, I'd like to see what those savings are so that we can see how this budget is actually put together and that it's put together in a realistic way. Because like I said, I don't want to pull money from the general budget that we could use for helping our small businesses or, a number of services that we may need extended.
We need to move forward.
So can I make a motion to table this budget so that it can be adapted to make sure it's more realistic?
Yeah, you can make a motion to anything you want.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center budget be tabled until the next meetings to include the adjusted loss of income and savings until our next meeting in June 29th, I believe.
I feel we'll be fine in readjusting it in January, so I don't feel I need to second it at this point.
And I will also say that I know that Mayor Mashburn and I serve on the Cultural Arts Commission that looked at this and approved this initially before it was brought to us. I think we felt at the time when we were discussed as a committee that there's so many unknowns that this was reasonable, depending on where the state goes, how things open up, et cetera, that these are all this was a possibility. And so I think that's why you have the numbers that we have. We recognize, though, that if things change, go south in January, there's got to be some absolute adjustments. But I think I feel more comfortable going forward with the budget as it is right now, knowing that we're going to look at it all again closely in January. But maybe, do we want some... Yeah,
I guess-
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, and my comments are, I watched Fred work on this budget, and I watched two previous commissioners that are very talented in the financial world look at it and move it forward. And I have faith in what the staff, David and Anna, have presented. Then we brought it to the city manager, and I have a feeling there's a gentleman back there in the back. If he saw anything amiss, we would hear from him.
Can I just ask, Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
I guess my concern is part of the budget says there's $9,400 for outreach. And I don't know if there's a way to shift, like Councilmember Kavanaugh mentioned, the savings from not having the performances for electricity and all those other things can be shifted to the outreach so that, there can be more outreach for Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center. And I guess I don't know if I'm asking this of a city manager or or two fellow council members who sit on the commission to make sure that more money and effort is invested in that outreach so that when we do come back and we are allowed to reopen, that actually happens.
Okay, in the interest of moving forward, we have your motion,
Yes.
and we need a second. Do you have any comments, Mr. Judge?
No, if the,
Okay, that motion
Motion
fails?
fails for lack of a second.
Correct. Okay, number 5, Councilmember Luevanos.
okay. Yes, I had a concern. This is the Simi Valley Council on Aging. And I know that they're, to an extent independent, their budget is independent of ours, but I would really like to see, I'm a data person, and I always like to see that we are being fiscally responsible. So I would like to see somewhere, how many meals were served, how many, residents we helped. What's the bang that we're getting for our money here, right? Like.
I'm sorry, I'm having a tough time hearing you.
Yes. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right next to the mic. I would like to see how this money is being used for the Council on Aging budget. So I want to know, like, how many people were served, how many meals were served, what was the impact of COVID-19? Are we going to need to increase the budget or supplement the budget so that we make sure that we are serving the needs of our seniors? Like in every budget, you look at how much you're spending and then what are you getting for it, right? What's the bang for your buck? So are we spending $1,000 per senior that we're serving, or $50 per senior that we're serving, and what was the impact of COVID-19? And are we going to need to increase that funding or do more revenues? Because I know that a lot of the fundraisers that they would typically do were canceled because of COVID-19. So I guess those are the questions that I have.
So the meals programs are funded through grants. It is not funded through any other sources, including money from the Council on Aging. Obviously, the number of meals has gone up. In May, we served just over 8,000 meals to seniors through both the congregate meal program and the home-delivered meals. That's up from 5,500 in April, 4,200 in March. So it's a very large number, but all that funding does come through grant sources. The Council on Aging has historically provided money to the program, and they're continuing to do that this year to support the program. So the senior center itself is funded, and the programs here are funded to the point where there isn't a need for additional funding, and the meals, no senior has gone without a meal. Let me put it to you that way. If you need a meal, we have delivered one, and we've always been able to follow through on that.
Okay, and I'd like to see the process, because I know there were people that were asking for meals to be served, and they had to fill out an application, and what was the process. So I know this is, we're updating our website as quickly as possible, and I appreciate the work that I believe Samantha Argerbright does on our website. Is that correct? Yes? I'll just say staff, because I thought it was Samantha. But, I know that people were told, you need to fill out this application and come back, and, it would be nice to have that online, so that people would know, hey, this is the process to get meals at the senior center. Because I know people who were new to the process, were told that they had to fill out an application in order to get meals. And there was an understanding, I guess, that people could just drive up and get a meal, and I guess they had to be on a list.
Yeah, there was a bit of a lag. We did have a little of a coordination issue, but we were able to resolve those. Usually we were able to turn around the form to fill out is if you can bring it in the next day, you're in line, you're getting food. So we did have a...
And if I could speak to that too, I was actually there observing the meals, and I did see someone come through and they actually had them fill it out and then they gave them a meal.
Yeah.
That there was really every effort made to anyone who came for a meal to feed them. Yes, they wanted to have it on the list, but I did see them fill it out and give them a meal. If I could go back to, ultimately, this item is about the budget, their budget. And I've come to appreciate, in fact, I attended today the Council on Aging Committee meeting. And I've come to appreciate that they really have a separate budget. It is not part of our general fund. We get to see what they're doing, but they really control it. And I was impressed, just speaking to the revenues, for instance, in the month of May today, they showed that they received $11,000 in revenue here in the middle of COVID, but that included a $7,000 donation that someone made into their budget. So I guess what I'm saying is that it's a wonderful group that is very supportive financially of this council and the use of the funds. And so I just want to make it clear that that is what we're proving, is their
budget
that they
Yes,
prepared.
no, I just, would like to see how, when we get our elected official debriefings, they always say this many meals were served and this many people were served. And so I would like to highlight what it is that our senior center is doing and to make sure that that we continue on that path. So I guess those were the questions that I had, and I just wanted to see more details in terms of that, which Mr. Gabler provided. So I just wanted to make sure that we're measuring the service that is being
Okay,
provided.
are
to our
we
senior
ready to
residents.
move forward to number 7? Are you good with 5?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to 7.
Okay, I know this is an authorization to accept $40,000 from the Bureau of Justice Assistance for 2020 COVID Emergency Supplemental Program. And I know I had actually spoken to the chief about, having thermometers and having PPE and that. So I just wanted to ask, since we do have the funding and, we do have the equipment, what is the policy with regard to officers wearing PPE in public? And what is the policy with regard to officers wearing PPE when taking reports?
That one's yours.
If I may, okay, never mind. You want to, I'm just trying to keep this meeting moving, and my concern is this a budgetary item? That's a procedural question, and is it something that could be
But
handled?
it relates to the budget, to the money that is being
Could
provided.
it be handled by having Councilmember Luevanos come directly to you and have her explain those things?
Either way.
I mean, that's what should have happened in the
Well,
beginning.
I would like for this to be answered. Yes, I know that I can go to the chief anytime and get a question answered, and I appreciate.
And
the
like
chief's
this question that
accessibility.
you're talking about
But
could
I
have
would
been
like,
answered
I would like him
also.
to answer for those that are listening watching on YouTube, what this answer is.
So the policy, or it's really a procedural issue. So they're supposed to wear PPE when they're in a situation where they are potentially exposed to somebody that has COVID-19, or really PPE whenever there's any kind of a situation where they could be affected by a contagious disease. So we had this policy or these procedures in place even before the pandemic, where they would go to do a medical response and they would wear gloves and they would wear a mask and things like that. So they're they're much more heightened about it now. But if they can maintain distancing, or they're not called to get within that close range of somebody, or they're in a situation like that, then they wouldn't necessarily be required to wear it. But they're provided with it, they have it, and they're encouraged to use it whenever they're in a situation where they might be in close to somebody in those circumstances.
Okay, so if someone went to the police department and wanted to file a report because those rooms are so small, they would put on PPE to take the report?
In that type of situation, it would depend on the officer, because people coming into the police department they have their temperature taken and they're asked basic questions. So they're basically going to maintain social distancing, and it's basically going to be an individual's officer's discretion when to actually fully put PPE on.
Okay.
Okay, number 12.
Yes, I had a question about this, because this is a huge amount of money, $557,000, so $500,000 to be paid by the owners of taxable property within the Simi Valley Town Center. And I was just curious if you could answer, because I didn't find it in here. What is this tax revenue used for? Is it used for landscaping or infrastructure? What exactly is that money used for?
So when the Simi Valley Town Center was constructed, the owners of the town center requested that the city create a community facilities district. What that does is, at the request of the property owners, it levies a certain amount of money on the properties that are paid back over a 20-year period of time. And this is this year's payment that the property owner has to make of $557,520. So it's not an expenditure for the city. The city has no relationship to it, other than we issued the bonds that the property owner is responsible for paying the debt service on.
Okay.
And this is this year's debt service on that.
Okay, and is there any impact from COVID? I mean, are they going to be able to meet the revenues?
They haven't indicated that they wouldn't, yes.
If they were somehow unable, and I'm sorry, I'll get as close as I can. If they were somehow unable to pay those revenues on that bond, what would happen?
The property would be foreclosed upon.
Okay, but there's been no impact due to COVID-19 and the closing of commercial centers?
They haven't indicated a difficulty to make the payment, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's all of them.
I'm sorry, one quick.
Okay.
May I make one quick comment on item number 4? I didn't want to pull it.
Sure.
That has to do with approving the audit services contract with Vasquez. As a banker, we have to have a turnover in audit companies, and I did read that in the program. So I did want to just make a comment that I'm agreeing to that, because there is the allowance to have the lead auditor be a different person each time that we use that same company. So I kind of wanted to put that in there. Plus, we've also, on our side, we've had a change in leadership in administration. So we have a dual change over there. So I just wanted to comment on that I thought that was a great idea, and I'm comfortable with it for those 2 reasons. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good information there. Okay, motion.
I move to approve items 1 through 14.
Well,
Oh, wait, we had to, one of them you wanted 2 separate, correct?
Yeah, 2 separate, yeah. Well, didn't we already vote on 2? No, we didn't?
Well,
Okay, I move to approve consent items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously.
okay, we have a motion. Number 2.
I'll move consent item 2.
Second.
Are you ready for the vote, Lucy? Okay. Okay, this is to approve number 2. Okay, call for the vote.
Motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, there are no items under continued business. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is new business, item 8A, acceptance and possible action on potential fiscal year 2020-21 capital improvement program for conformance with the Simi Valley General Plan. A determination that the review is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, adoption of resolution, and adoption of an urgency ordinance assigning the review of the capital improvement program to the City Council. There is an urgency ordinance for your consideration, and it reads as follows. Urgency ordinance number 1308, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a one-time assignment and assumption, the capital improvement program review function to the City Council, and determination that the action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And resolution number 2020-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that the proposed improvements of the capital improvement program CIP for fiscal year 2020-21, including the other districts and agencies, CIPs, are in conference with the Simi Valley General Plan in accordance with Government Code Sections 65401 and 65403, and that the review is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And Stratus Perils is here for this presentation.
Thank you, Lucy. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the council. On March 16th, the City Council proclaimed a local emergency, and in order to minimize public interactions, Planning Commission meetings have been canceled since the March declaration. The Government Code requires the Planning Commission to review the city's capital improvement program and all the capital projects for conformity with the general plan. This is normally a very routine approval done by the Planning Commission each year. As the Planning Commission has not met, and the alternative tonight is for the City Council to act as the Planning Commission for the sole purpose of the finding that the CIP to be in conformance with the general plan. I conferred with the Planning Commission chairperson, and instead of having a meeting for just that one single item, he and I both support referring this matter to the City Council. Therefore, in consideration of the city budget process, it is recommended that the City Council take the following actions. First, to adopt an urgency ordinance to assign and assume the CIP review function of the Planning Commission to the City Council. And two, to adopt a resolution finding that proposed fiscal year 2020-21 public works projects, also known as the capital improvement program, and those submitted by other districts and agencies are in conformance with the Simi Valley General Plan. That concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions of staff?
I'm ready to motion.
Okay.
I move to adopt urgency ordinance number 1308, a one-time approval to assign and assume the capital improvement program review function of the Planning Commission to the City Council in accordance with Government Code Sections 36937 and 65100 in consideration of the city budget process, and for which avoidance of meetings due to the declared existence of a pandemic and local emergency coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19, and move to adopt a resolution finding the proposed public improvements of the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2020-21, including the other districts and agencies' CIPs, are in conformance with the Simi Valley General Plan in accordance with Government Code Sections 65401 and 65403, and that the review is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'll second.
The motion is second.
May I make a
Call
comment?
for the vote.
Mayor Mashburn, may I make a quick comment?
What?
May I make a quick comment? I'm sorry. May I make a quick comment?
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that the companies that are hired to participate in the capital improvement program are following social distance guidelines according to the state and the county. Is that something that we...
That's state regulation. They have to.
Is there anyone that's monitoring that if they're not doing that?
Are you referring to our capital projects?
Yes.
Yes, they would.
Okay.
We were required to do so.
They would have to
Yes.
follow guidance. Okay, thank you.
Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 8B, review and approval of the fiscal year 2020-21 budget. Approval of the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2020-21 to fiscal year 2024-2025. Approval of fiscal year 2020-21, transit budget and program of projects, and adoption of resolutions. The reading of the resolutions are as follows. 2020-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley authorizing the filing of applications with the Federal Transit Administration and Operating Administration of the United States Department of Transportation for Federal Transit Administration and Operating Administration of the United States Department of Transportation for federal transportation assistance authorized by 49 U.S.C. Chapter 53 and for any Title 23 United States Code and other federal statutes administered by the Federal Transit Administration, and Joint Resolution Number 2020-34, WWD-279, SA-09, PL-30, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, Board of Directors of Ventura County Waterworks District Number 8, successor agency to the City of Simi Valley Community Development Agency, and Board of Trustees for the Simi Valley Library approving the fiscal year 2020-21 annual budget and the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2024-25. And Joe Tony and Carolyn Johnson are here for this presentation.
Thank you, Lucy. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, we are here tonight to present the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. Lucy, if you can pull it up. I'd like to thank the departments for all their hard work to help put this together, and especially Carolyn Johnson for all of her efforts. It's definitely a team effort to put it together, and it's a year-long process, as you'll see later in the presentation. So tonight you basically have 4 actions, 4 recommendations. Approve the Simi Valley Transit Program of Projects, adopt the resolution for the Federal Transit Administration, review and approve the proposed budget and CIP, and adopt the budget resolution. An overview of the presentation tonight, so we'll walk you through the city's budget process. We'll touch on the economic outlook as we know it right now with COVID-19. We'll go through the general fund. We'll go through some of the capital projects, the 3 special revenue funds or enterprise funds, transit, sanitation, and water, and try to answer any questions you may have. So the timeline, and we tried to make this as clear as possible. I know it might be hard to see, but it really is a year-long process. So even before we really do the budget kickoff with departments and city administration, we try to look back at lessons learned in the prior budget. So we really start, as soon as this budget's adopted, we start looking at the prior year and going into the next cycle. So we will start looking at 21, 22 almost immediately. But it's a long runway, so we'll survey departments, get feedback on what we did right, what things we should look at. We take all that information, we review our budget policies, and then we go into the kickoff in December. We give instructions out to departments. We start reviewing where we're at. Departments have a few months to start developing their budget. We start working on the narrative, have meetings with the city manager, review the proposed budget, try to make tweaks, finesse it, and then we come to you and we present to the public, have a public forum, and then we present to you, which is where we're at today, June 8th. Now, our timeline was a little bit longer on some of the development there at the bottom, only because we really waited till about the last minute to pull together the budget based on everything that was happening with COVID-19. We were trying to see what the numbers looked like as best as we possibly could. Again, the budget is really a flash in time. So at its core, it's just a projection. It's a projection of what the year is going to be. So as soon as we adopt this budget, it's going to change. And we make adjustments throughout the year to try to address that. And as the city manager alluded to earlier, we will try to come with a mid-year report, probably in January or February, as soon as December is closed, which is really a second quarter report, and give to you an update of where we're at during the year and try to monitor it and manage it as best we can. So the economic outlook, as we've seen, COVID-19 created a sudden, unprecedented impact to the economy. There's a lot of uncertainty. It's a fluid situation, and really it's changing daily. We're going to see what the numbers look like in the coming weeks as we've started to open up the economy a little bit more, especially as people have been out protesting. There's a lot more social interaction. We'll see what that does to the virus and what that does to shutdowns. There's the potential for a reversion back if there's a large increase, so we'll continue to monitor that. We did forecast revenue losses, but we believe they're manageable. Carolyn will get into the specific numbers later in the presentation. We tried to be conservative. We believe we'll see economic recovery starting at the end of the year, so end of the calendar year, December. But again, it's just a forecast. We don't necessarily have a crystal ball, but we are trying to monitor that. Now, we're starting to see some recovery in the market, which are positive signs. The stock market usually recovers faster than your economy does, but there's also a lot of liquidity that's been added to the market. So how much will that transcend into the economy? It remains to be seen. Fiscal year 2021 budget, so again, we anticipate the end of the year, Q2 or December. But one positive we have is we've had a lot of surplus in the last couple of years that were unanticipated surpluses. So prior year we closed with an unanticipated surplus of about $3.5 million, and we are anticipating to close this year with a bit of a surplus. So out of those benefits, we had a one-time property tax bump in this year that is contributing to that surplus, but we will be creating a $6 million COVID-19 recovery fund. So that's really a backstop for any further economic losses that may occur. In our general fund projection, or forecast for the 5-year forecast, so you see the surpluses in the 18-19 actuals and our estimated surplus for this year. In the out years, we're going to present to you a structurally balanced budget. That's a new policy that we added this year when we were refreshing our policies. We clarified not just a balanced budget, but a structurally balanced budget. So that's our goal. And what that means is that our ongoing revenues are either equal to or exceed our ongoing expenditures. And so that's our goal, and we anticipate bringing that forth to you every year. So that's why we're showing a forecast that's balanced. Now, in this forecast, we do include our PERS costs. That is one outstanding item that we anticipate having, and some increased costs in the future years. But we are accounting for that, and we are balanced to it. So we'll touch on fiscal issues in the next slide. So this is really a high-level discussion. So even though we're presenting a structurally balanced budget, that doesn't mean we don't still have fiscal issues we're going to have to address going forward. The pension liability, as have been discussed in many meetings before this, we have an unfunded liability that we have to tackle. The forecast does include it, and we've even done some forecasting with some software that we have available with a potential economic loss this year. So if we're anticipating 0% return in the market, we projected that out and included that in our forecast. We have infrastructure issues, the magnitude of, we don't necessarily have a number, but we know we need to tackle different infrastructure needs across the city. One report we had in 2017 mentioned that we needed to spend $12 million a year on our roads. We're not spending $12 million a year on our roads, but we know we have an issue and we need to address that, so we will have to continue to have conversations about that. Maintenance, we know we're managing what we have, replacing HVACs, replacing systems when they come due during their lifespan. But this is a 50-year-old city. We have maintenance issues that we need to address. And what is that magnitude of the deferred maintenance? We'll have to analyze it and determine and talk about that. We are a very lean city at this point, but that doesn't mean we don't still have a lot of process improvement we can tackle. There's still plenty of efficiencies we can find. A good example is COVID-19. We've been forced to do things differently in a very short amount of time. We had the virus create a technological catalyst for us, so we've had to do digital signatures all of a sudden, something that we were discussing but maybe weren't quite ready to do. We implemented that immediately. We've gone to a telework environment, which is not typical of government. You're not very comfortable with it, but we've been forced to do it and figure out how to approve things remotely and just try to be more paperless. Those are concrete examples of things we've done right now, but there's plenty of opportunity for process improvement. When you have an organization, you get used to doing things a certain way. The dynamics change constantly, and we may not be adapting quickly enough, so we need to look at that. Compensation to market. So thankfully, we're presenting a structurally balanced budget, in part because we've been holding the line for so long with staff and with the departments. But we know we are below market with a lot of compensation, and that's going to be an issue we have to tackle, especially in labor negotiations coming up. So that's something we're going to have to address. And then, of course, the recession. Now, the National Bureau of Economic Research came out today and said the recession started in February. So how long does that recession go on? How prolonged is it? Is really dependent on what our budget and what the city's finances will look like. Or we could bounce back very quickly and have a V recovery, but then we have another recession in one of the out years as a turnaround. We do know that the markets come back, but over the last few years, we've had significant deficit spending at the federal level. We've also had pressure on the feds to keep a very low interest rate. So the market, there's not a lot of tools left when a deep recession hits. And so the economy's been chugging along, but there's been a lot of liquidity in the market for the last few years, and now we've added more with COVID-19. So there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of questions and concerns with the economy. So we'll have to continue to monitor and see what happens, especially when we come back at mid-year. So there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of fiscal issues we have to continue to monitor, but for all intents and purposes, we are in a very good position as a city and with our budget. And so I will hand it over to Carolyn to touch on the specific numbers on the general fund and the enterprise funds.
Okay, I'll start with talking about the general fund. So the general fund is the city's primary operating fund. The funds are unrestricted, and they're generated from taxes such as property tax and sales tax. Also from service charges.
Can you speak just a little louder, a little closer to your mic? We really want to hear you well, and it's not your fault.
You have competition.
Funds in the general fund are generated from taxes such as property tax and sales tax, also from service charges and other items such as building permits and plan check services. The general fund provides for traditional government services such as police services, planning, code enforcement, senior services, public works, and city administration. Now, the city's financial policies state that the city will adopt and maintain a structurally balanced budget by ensuring that annual ongoing operating revenues meet or exceed ongoing operating expenses. Any year-end remaining unassigned funds will be available for consideration by the council for one-time uses. The city will maintain a prudent general fund reserve balance for emergencies and catastrophic events, and this has been established by City Council policy at 17% of the general fund budgeted expenditures. So the city is in a strong financial position as highlighted by the city's healthy general fund balance. The city has been very prudent in managing the budget for the last 2 years, and the city has been experiencing positive revenue over expenditures. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the city's revenue numbers were doing very well, with a year-end surplus projection of $2.6 million. The economic shock from the coronavirus pandemic has been sudden and unprecedented. The full effect will not be known for some time. but the stability and the surpluses of the past years allow the city to be in a better position to handle the economic effects caused by the coronavirus than many other cities are. The COVID-19 impact is projected to be $1.9 million in revenue for the current fiscal year for 1920, which is mostly sales tax, with some transient occupancy tax and gas tax also being impacted. The impact of COVID-19, combined with some other adjustments that we've made, created an adjusted year-end projection of a much smaller surplus of $396,000. But then we had an unanticipated one-time property tax payment of $3.2 million. The County of Ventura conducted an in-depth review of the T allocation or tax equity allocation payments that were made to the cities for the periods from fiscal year 2016-17 through fiscal year 2019-20. And as a result, the city of Simi Valley received a one-time payment of $3.2 million. So with this additional payment, our year-end surplus is now estimated at $3.7 million. So the city's year-end expenditures are expected to be $3.9 million less than the adopted budget. $2.8 million is from salary and benefit savings, mostly due to holding vacancies open for longer periods of time. And then the additional $1.2 million is from savings in supplies, materials, and services. I mentioned a healthy general fund balance earlier. As of July 1st, 2019, which was the start of this current fiscal year, the general fund balance was $40.5 million. After projecting revenues and expenditures for this current year, we are anticipating a year-end surplus of $3.7 million. Using surplus revenue sources, the city plans to establish a COVID-19 recovery fund in the amount of $6 million to help offset any potential future impacts of the current pandemic. $3.4 million is from the fiscal year 18-19 general fund year-end surplus, and then $2.5 million from the anticipated total of $3.7 million for the 19-20 surplus. So that would bring the year-end general fund balance to $38.1 million, which is well above the council mandated 17% prudent reserve, which would be about $12 million. So as we worked on the fiscal year 2021 budget, we began prior to the COVID-19 and originally anticipated a budget with a $3.5 million surplus. During the budget development, staff worked with the city's revenue and taxation consultant to help guide us to make projections with regard to the impact of COVID-19. We came up with two scenarios, one assuming the economy would recover by September, and that would be a $2 million reduction in revenue. And the other assumption was that the economy would recover by December, which would be a $3.4 million revenue deduction. So for next year's budget, we used the conservative approach and assumed the recovery in December scenario. So again, the revenue reductions are mostly in sales tax, with transient occupancy tax and gas tax as well. So this is an illustration of the projected revenues over expenditures, beginning with the pre-COVID-19, and then in the middle is the recovery in September scenario, and on the right is the recovery in December scenario, and that's the one we use for developing the fiscal year 2021 budget. Here's an illustration of actual year-end general fund revenues versus expenditures, starting in fiscal year 11-12 to next year's proposed budget of fiscal year 2021. So the last 10 years, there were 3 years where the city ended the year in a deficit and 7 years where the city ended the year with a surplus. The drivers in the, if you can see there's a spike in fiscal year 18-19, so the drivers for that were much better than anticipated sales tax and plan check fees. But mostly there was a prepayment of the city's solar rebates. Rebates were supposed to be paid to the city over the course of 5 years, with 3 more years to go, and they prepaid it all rather than spreading it out over the next 3 years. So that was a one-time payment we got there. Personnel costs are one of the city's largest expenses at about 85% of the general fund expenditures in the fiscal year 2021 budget. The salaries and benefits in this proposed budget include fewer positions than the annual budget before it, with the net elimination of 8 positions. There were 9 eliminated positions and 1 new position. The eliminated positions were positions that had been frozen and or vacant. there's currently about an 11% vacancy rate. The city will be entering into contract negotiations with all bargaining units in fiscal year 2021, and that will affect the 21-22 budget and budgets moving forward. Also, staff will look at long-term employment level strategies with each department, assessing their organizational structure and the delivery of services and programs. So here are staffing levels. This is from the most recent CAFR, which is dated as of June 30th, 2019. And it includes full-time, part-time, and temporary staffing. But it shows you over the history from 2010 to 2019 how we have reduced staffing. So pensions and the changes in CalPERS methodologies continue to impact the city's budget. Beginning in the fiscal year 16-17, the actuarial valuation included greater life expectancies for retirees. And then beginning in 18-19, there was a lowering of the discount rate from 7.5% to 7%. That was a gradual lowering, and the rate of 7% is now used for the first time in the fiscal year 2021 estimates. The annual PERS payments are anticipated to increase by $4 million between now and fiscal year 25-26. Any impacts to PERS from the COVID-19 are still unknown, and they won't be felt until fiscal years 22-23. So staff will continue to explore alternatives to address the city's unfunded liability and to buffer its impact on annual budgets. So I'll talk about capital projects. There are 99 projects requesting funding in the 5-year capital budget, with 52 requesting funds in the fiscal year 2021. It's a total funding request of $43.5 million for the 52 projects in the next fiscal year, with only $18,000 of that coming from the general fund. And over the next 5 years, the anticipated budget for capital projects is $127.7 million. So earlier this evening, the City Council did review the program of capital improvement projects for conformance with the City of Simi Valley General Plan and adopted a resolution finding that each proposed major public works project for fiscal year 2021 is in conformance with the Simi Valley General Plan. So we will look at the enterprise funds now. So first I'll talk a little bit about all the accomplishments, a few of the accomplishments Transit made over the past year, and there's more in the budget documents. But they provided over 43,000 ADA dial-the-ride trips to seniors and the disabled community within the Simi Valley Transit Service area, provided over 26,000 hours of fixed route service to the community, provided over 7,000 passenger trips through the East County Transit Alliance Intercity Connect service for Simi Valley residents regionally to destinations including Thousand Oaks, Moore Park, Camarillo, and connections to Western Ventura County. Some of the goals for Transit for next fiscal year are to procure and implement fixed route mobile ticketing, redesign new routes on Google Maps, improve scheduling efficiency, implement new scheduling and dispatching software. And Transit is asking, they have a $12.9 million requested budget for fiscal year 2021. $4.2 million of that is for capital projects. Some of their more expensive projects are the $1.4 million for the CNG fueling station upgrade, $1.8 million for short-range transit plan projects. They're also working on transit maintenance facility paving, paratransit dispatch system software licenses, bus stop improvements, and bus technology equipment efficiencies. The Transit Program of Projects provides the foundation for the city's grant applications for federal funds, which partially offset the cost of operating the Simi Valley Transit System and capital projects. Following City Council approval, Simi Valley Transit's approved program of projects will be forwarded to the Ventura County Transportation Commission, which is the city's current designated recipient of federal funds. They will conduct a public hearing and final approval and inclusion in the city's FTA Section 5307, CMAQ, and JARC grant applications. The proposed POP, or Program of Projects, allocates Simi Valley Transit's federal grant of a little over $3 million, as indicated in the column on the left here. So now on to sanitation and water.
Could I if it doesn't bother you, I'd like to ask a question about the CNG improvement.
Okay.
Be sure you're speaking your mic so they can hear you.
In the transit, you talked about repairs to the, or upgrade to the CNG operation.
Yeah.
Is that something that will generate income or revenue for the city elsewhere? In other words, is that something that, like Waste Management or somebody will come to us? And if that's the case, is that significant or not something I should really be concerned with?
So your question is, are we insourcing it at all? Allowing any
Yeah, or
other
will
agencies to take it in?
the updating of it, will that create that?
Ron will come up to answer.
Departments are available to respond.
Who is this man?
For some reason, they were looking at me. In terms of the CNG, initially, it will not provide extra income. Waste Management has their own system for all of their vehicles. They only come to us when they have an emergency, as well as the school district and Moore Park. But whenever it's needed or whenever they have emergencies, we could generate a few of the extra dollars. But right now, it's just for Simi Valley Transit.
So I'm safe to say the reality is it's going to benefit the city, but not necessarily bring revenues from other sources.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, our other two enterprise funds are sanitation and water. So sanitation and water operations each have 3 funds of their own: operating, replacement reserve, and capital upgrade. Both the operating and replacement reserve funds use customer rates as their source of revenue. Revenue is initially put into the operating fund, and then some of the revenue is transferred into the replacement reserve fund. Since both funds are operating from the same revenue source, they are combined in the budget document. And the capital upgrade funds are funded from connection fees. Talk about sanitation first, and again, I'll touch on some of their accomplishments over the past year. They completed the sanitation rate study, Prop 218 process, and adopted new sanitation rates. Began the WQCP ESCO design bid project, which will optimize and rehabilitate many of the plant processes. HydroClean 229 miles of sewer line and video inspected 42 miles of sewer line. Inspected and permitted 814 commercial and industrial businesses, and lined over 1,200 feet of 24 to 36-inch sewer line on First Street, Easy Street, and Ventura Avenue. Some goals for next year are removal and replace 30 worn-out sewer ring and covers at the street level, perform local limits evaluation and effectiveness determination, update and modify sewerage use ordinance, and complete design of water quality control plant water system pump station. In next fiscal year's budget, they're requesting $60.1 million with $24.2 million for 7 capital projects. $19.6 million is for the Energy Services Company projects, or ESCO. That consists of 11 energy-related projects at the water quality control plant. And they're also asking for $3.6 million for 3 sewer line replacement projects. An annual sewer line inspection cleaning, replacement of lavatory fume hoods, and improvement to the existing computerized maintenance management system, or CMMS. And for the waterworks, they have quite a few accomplishments over this past year as well. They also completed a water rate study of the Prop 218 process and adopted new water rates, provided expedient emergency response to the SCE outages, maintaining an uninterrupted water supply to customers, adopted paperless customer service work orders with live updates from the field, and purchased and installed water storage mixing devices in 3 tanks. Some goals for next fiscal year are to obtain grant funding for water bottle filling stations in all city-owned buildings, expand AMI collection to maximize usage data collection for utility billing purposes, encourage utility billing customers to use paperless bill payment options, and complete seismic evaluation of the waterworks storage tank system. For next fiscal year, they're asking for $47.2 million budget and expenditures, with $4.7 million for capital projects and $3.4 million for replacement projects. Some projects that they want to work on are $2.1 million for a water storage tank in the Knowles pressure zone, $1.1 million to construct a pump station at the Walnut Yard, $1 million for water line replacements, $1 million for rehab of pump stations 1 and 2, and $850,000 for groundwater production well. So some adjustments that we are asking for to the budget as it was presented to you are the changes that you just approved earlier on the consent item agenda for the Simi Valley Arts Center and the Council on Aging funds. So as we approve the budget this evening, it would be with these these two funds with revised budgets. And so I'll talk a little about our departments now that are all general fund funded. So for Public Works has quite a few accomplishments over the past year. Crossing guards assisted over 300,000 pedestrians safely across busy intersections throughout the school year. Completed a comprehensive revamping of the development services fee structure for City Council approval to ensure 100% reimbursement of staff services costs. Completed approximately 3,500 temporary and permanent pothole repairs. Removed and replaced over 1,800 feet of damaged sidewalks and 1,300 feet of curb and gutter. Completed LED light retrofit on Metrolink platform. Completed over 1,600 room setups at the Senior Center, Police Department, Cultural Arts Center, and Library for various scheduled day and night events. Provided fuel for all city backup generators during emergency power outages and fire situations. Removed over 2,000 pounds of trash from Arroyo Simi during cleanup events, and collected over 3,000 pounds of assorted household batteries. So some goals for next fiscal year for the Public Works Department are overseeing grading inspection and public street and storm drain improvements for Phase 1 of the Lost Canyon subdivision project. Replace vehicles with hybrid alternative fuel vehicles where possible. Design, construct 3 more water conservation projects in the city's landscape zones. Resurface the Public Service Center and City Hall parking lots. Upgrade transit maintenance facility HVAC. And update the sign and pavement marking inspection and replacement program. So for the police department now, some accomplishments over the past year are the implementation of the body-worn camera program, which was purchased entirely with forfeit asset funds and no general funds. They processed 55,300 plus inbound telephone calls, including 19,500 emergency 911 calls, and that's just between July 1st and February 1st. Maintained emergency response time of less than 5 minutes and non-emergency response time of less than 18 minutes. Implemented mission-oriented policing through crime trend data and reduced Part 1 crimes by 21.44%. And activated the Emergency Operations Center and the city's emergency management organization for the Easy Fire and the COVID-19 pandemic to coordinate the city's response. So some goals for next year are to complete and publish the department strategic plan and succession plan, host community policing crime prevention meetings for the Spanish-speaking community with bilingual officers, participate in countywide human trafficking task force, continue to focus narcotic investigations on dealers operating in Simi Valley, and increase traffic enforcement efforts at locations with the highest incident of collisions. Now our Environmental Services Department, their accomplishments over the past year. They processed applications for affordable and senior housing and rehabilitation loans for 11 homes with $490,000 worth of loans funded. The Building and Safety performed 18,000 building, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical inspections and provided next business day service to permit customers. Code enforcement abated over 1,500 violations of the Simi Valley Municipal Code. Supported the coordination of the federally required annual point-in-time homeless count. And the department provided responsive customer service to over 2,800 customers at the planning public counter. Looking ahead to next year, some of their goals are to utilize city communication channels to promote animal adoption events to reduce the number of sheltered animals, participate in training following the implementation of the EnerGov land use and permitting software, implement a development code update to further streamline the city's development review process, update neighborhood council policies and procedures manual to incorporate social media guidelines. So for the city administration department, some of their past accomplishments are they coordinated the city's 50th birthday celebrations in October 2019, coordinated and enhanced the city's general government social media presence. The city clerk processed more than 145 Public Records Act requests. Human Resources initiated 49 recruitments, processed over 2,000 employment applications. The department also enhanced meal variety in the senior nutrition program, adding 4 new menu items to the program, and expanded midweek programming at the Cultural Arts Center to increase facility use and expand the breadth of the arts programming in the community. So looking forward to next year, their goals are to evaluate department staffing levels to provide efficient levels of service, create a new website for the city that improves communication, better position senior center programs for the changing demographic, investigate and implement a software solution for agenda management and Public Records Act requests, evaluate the city's fleet and develop a fleet utilization plan, and continue to evaluate the city's financial position relative to the economic recovery related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So on to administrative services. Some past accomplishments over this past year are successfully adopted revised service fees for the first time since 2008 for full cost recovery, an estimated $3 million to further enhance public services, implemented ERP utility billing program without missing any billing deadlines, put into practice the new utility billing policy to comply with the state's Water Shutoff Protection Act, or SB 998. The Information Services Division evaded over 75,000 hacking attempts and 7,000 virus attacks. We responded to COVID-19 pandemic by reconfiguring systems for remote access to facilitate telecommuting for over 250 staff members. And the department accounted for city's grant programs, ensuring compliance with grant requirements, and processed drawdowns for the reimbursement grants. Looking forward to next year, the department plans to update procurement manual and provide training for end users, implement and promote technology such as public-facing portals for permits, planning, and code enforcement requests, streamline the year-end close and CAFR development process, implement a new surplus property policy, and train staff members on cybersecurity to ensure the city's systems are secure from external and internal threats. And for the city attorney, some accomplishments over the past year. They assisted in processing of 48 subpoenas served on the city, investigated and made recommendations on 57 new claims, and managed the administration and closing of over 58 pending claims. Rollout of new claims approach to allow settlement of claims at an earlier stage to help reduce the city's overall liability, and filed 103 misdemeanor criminal cases and 12 infraction cases. And goals for next year are to assist in keeping procedures up to date with changes in applicable state and federal laws and regulations, offer improvements to the city's planning, purchasing, claims resolution, and other ordinances, and provide timely advice to the police department in carrying out its mission and goals. So in summary, as a recap, we'd like to say that moving into fiscal year 2021, the city has a structurally balanced budget and is prepared to address any impacts related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The city will continue to identify efficiencies to reduce staffing commitments or for funding opportunities, and look for opportunities to contract for services and self-supporting operations. The city is overall in a good financial position with the general fund balance projected at $38.2 million at the end of this fiscal year. The year-end surpluses of the past couple of years allow the city to be in a better position to handle the economic effects caused by COVID-19. And we are not anticipating any significant service reductions to the community nor reductions in the workforce. It is uncertain how quickly the economy will recover. We are recommending creation of a COVID-19 fund of $6 million to assist the city operations should the economic impacts of the coronavirus pandemic cause city revenues to fall further below budgeted levels. and that is made up from one-time general fund surplus revenue. While the proposed budget is balanced based on a conservative revenue projection, we do need to proceed cautiously into fiscal year 2021 with constant monitoring and conduct a thorough evaluation of the status of the city's finances at mid-year. Here we just wanted to put some resources out there. The budget documents are available on the city's website under the Administrative Services Department and then budget. And we also have a link to OpenGov, which is a transparency portal where you can go and dig down into what makes up some of the actual expenditures, and we update that. For the current, we have past year's actuals, and for the current year, we update it monthly with current actuals. And then this is just the suggested motions as they appear in the staff report that we're recommending to council. And with that, if there's any questions, we do have members from the different departments here that can assist.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Luevanos, questions of staff?
Yes, I have it's a general question. I'd like to know why we don't have full-time equivalents for staffing for each city department.
I can't hear. We
Can
can't
you
hear.
Okay, can you hear me now? I'd like to know why we don't have full-time equivalents for staffing for each city department.
We still can't, with your mask and the noise background.
Why don't we have full-time equivalents for staffing for each city department?
If I heard that correctly, why don't we have full-time equivalents? Oh, listed on the presentation?
Yes. Like how many people are in each department?
We
Because
do
I
have,
see.
I'm sorry.
I see that you have eight overall positions that were cut. 9 positions that were unfilled, right, and 1 position that was added for personnel. And I'm asking because 85% of our budget is personnel costs, and I'd like to know, where are the full-time equivalents for staffing? How can we do accurate projections without full-time equivalents? Because people retire, people come in, right? So, where is that, or why isn't that in the budget? Has it never been included?
So, Mayor and Councilmember Luevanos, I didn't necessarily hear everything, but I think you were touching on how many FTEs we have by department. We do have it on page 5 of the staff report. So that'll show you by department, and we also have other tables in the budget. I don't have the page numbers in front of me. Page 16 that shows some of the staffing. And we should, at the end of the budget, have all of the detail of all of the positions based on title.
Okay. So at the end of the budget, it starts on page 279.
Okay, it's way in the back. Okay, and was there a reason why we added a dispatcher position? Was that an unfilled position for the police department, or why did we add that position?
The dispatch position in the police department?
Yes.
She was asking about?
That's a new position. We're adding a new position of 1 dispatcher.
Actually, it was a frozen position. There were 2 frozen positions last year on dispatcher. We unfroze one and eliminated the other.
Is there a reason why we needed that? Because the rest of all the other departments, we had 8 positions that were unfilled and we just didn't fill them. So why did that one need to be filled?
On the dispatcher position, we've had difficulty keeping dispatchers, and it's a very difficult position to recruit for. We tend to be low on dispatchers, so I felt it was necessary to increase that capacity by 1 more position to account for vacancies as they occur during the year. It's either the backfill for a dispatcher is using a sworn officer or a sergeant, and it's not cost effective really to do that.
Okay, I'm asking because 49.7% of our budget is the police department.
Yes.
And every other city is looking at that cost, and that's a huge cost. And I'm looking at the analysis that we had of how much we should be investing in infrastructure, and we're not meeting those demands. So at what point do we as a city decide, we need to shift some of those funds to the infrastructure, to the support services that are going to help us? And I don't see that our crime rate is increasing dramatically. Obviously, our police department is doing a great job, So do we need to increase, the personnel that we have at the police department, or can we, start investing in the infrastructure of the city?
Well, next fiscal year is a time when all departments are expected to evaluate their operations and the personnel they have dedicated to each one of the positions there. It's a task we need to do, including the police department will be subject to that as well. We've proposed in the past, and I would continue to look at, is as we deal with one-time surpluses at the end of fiscal years, we should look at what's the best use of that money, including investing into our infrastructure. Unfortunately, if COVID didn't happen, we'd have a lot of money to be investing into infrastructure this year as well as next year. But it's an option that we need to look at. And even look at as we get to at the mid-year review. If it does look at mid-year that we're going to have we've over-prepared for any impacts, then that's certainly revenue that we could look at to investing into our infrastructure there as well.
What I would like to see in the future, or what would help me make a decision on the budget, is to have a cost per person in the department.
I'm sorry.
What would make it easier for me is to have a cost per person in each department, so that I would know, what's the average cost per person, because what I'm seeing is that, police personnel is over $220,000, and that's with dispatchers, and that's a lot of money, and we have to answer to constituents. I got a lot of emails that, asked about the budget, specifically about the half of our budget going to the police department, where other cities it's only 35%, it's only 40%. It's not as huge of a chunk of their budget that goes to the police department. I know that we have our own police department, and that's why the costs are more, but from 2019, the budget was $33 million, and for 2021, the proposed budget is $37 million. That's an increase of $4.3 million.
Well, keep in mind that the numbers, and Joe, why don't you pull up that one chart on the police? There's a difference between what is actual and what is budget. The budget this year, $37 million. When you were talking about an actual at 32. We won't end our year at $37 million for the police department. We will end it much lower than that, probably closer to 32.
But it's authorized for 37.
Authorized is not that doesn't necessarily mean it gets spent. Here's an example of our actual versus budget numbers for the police department as we go forward, as we look backwards. I would say that I would be shocked if there is a police department in Ventura County that has 35% of its budget going to the police department. Most cities are paying 50% of their budget to their police departments, even on the contract cities. But the contract cities have a different way of allocating their costs, because it's not just a straight personnel cost and their expenses. There are other costs embedded in the cost for police departments when you're contracting with Ventura County Sheriff. It doesn't differ greatly between cities.
I just, it's very difficult for me, as I think our police officers, are necessary. I think we need a police department. I just don't think it needs to be half of our budget. That is such a huge percentage. And I understand that, and I've heard, police officers saying, hey, more and more we're doing social work. I know that, Commander Shorts works with our homeless. We have 2 other officers that work with our homeless. And, more and more they're being asked to take on these social services. And I know that, when you and I have spoken, you've said, well, that's not our job to take on these social services. But in a way we are. When we're asking our police officers to go and be social workers and be psychologists and be therapists and, reach out to the homeless, then we're asking them to do that. Wouldn't it be better and probably cheaper, right, if we actually hired social workers, if we actually hired therapists and psychologists and social workers, because they don't make $220,000 a year, I guarantee you that.
Well, the problem is that we don't have the infrastructure to support that. We don't have the knowledge base, nor do we have the network that the county of Ventura that provides those services has. And that's why there aren't any cities in Ventura County that do provide those services, because we do rely upon the county.
I'd like to add something to the discussion here, council member, is, and I think you're probably aware of, but unfortunately, fortunately, however you want to word it, when we provide first responder services, police, fire, ambulance, that type of stuff, you run into another element called constant staffing. So, and what that ends up, like I thought of this when you were mentioning the dispatchers. You have to have a dispatcher. So where if Joe called in sick, we don't have to have another person. Joe never gets sick, but I'm sorry, I'm picking on you because you're here. But if he calls in sick, that position runs empty. But in special first responder services like fire and police, if somebody calls in sick, you have to replace them with an overtime person because it's a necessary position 24 hours a day. And that adds, obviously, you know, a huge expense. So that's what makes police and fire operations so expensive. And like when I was in the fire service, you think, okay, you just call in. You don't run one person short on the fire truck. You have to call in another person because without all three minimum, you don't have a fire truck technically.
It's just difficult for me because, like I said, I received multiple emails asking about the police budget specifically. And this is something that's being addressed nationwide in cities nationwide in terms of how do we shift the responsibility of providing that social network, right, from our police officers to the people that have been trained to provide that. And, you know, I received one email from Mr. Litster, who stated, you know, it was a letter from a Baltimore officer who stated, you know, these are the burdens that I have to bear. I have to help people, you know, de-escalate people who are having issues, mental issues and addiction issues. And, you know, that's, it's wonderful that we, you know, hope that our police officers are trained to do that, but that's not what they're trained to do when they go to police academy.
I hear what you're saying.
Does that make sense? So I
no, absolutely. One of the things that when I was working, it was difficult to work with a young new firefighter that didn't have family or anything, because when you went to some of these situations, they had no idea. They'd never seen anything like that before. And as they grew older, then they became accustomed to it. When they got married themselves or whatever, then they understood domestic disputes and what have you. Not necessarily all of them, but do you see where I'm going? A little life experience made a big difference. So I understand what you're saying, but that's an evolution. We heard at one of the SCAG meetings, I think, I'm not sure if it was San Gabriel Police Department, I think, and they were very high on actually having mental health professionals ride with them and go to some of these calls that you're speaking of.
And that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for because I think that would be a cost savings. For example, you know, I'm a national board certified teacher, so I'm kind of expensive in LA Unified. But, you know, a social worker gets paid, you know, $40,000 less than I do. And so it would be cheaper to have someone who is actually, you know, trained to deal with those kinds of issues as opposed to putting that on our police department, putting that burden on them, and having someone who's trained in actually doing that job. And this is the way that we begin to, you know, transition so that we're providing that social network for our residents. I know that we have an issue in the city with addiction. I know that I've heard, you know, about ODs, you know, because I've talked to the chief. And I know those are issues that happen, but, you know, at $220,000, a police officer, that's not what a social worker or a psychologist is going to cost us. It's going to cost us a lot less.
Well,
and
for
how
a
do we
police
transition
officer,
to that?
but I have to say, back to that constant staffing level, that we have to have, I don't know what the number is, but I'm sure the chief can tell us there's X amount of police officers on every night, and those have to be police officers.
And I understand that, but to
And
the
they
extent...
can't be social workers because social workers aren't trained to do what police officers do. I could see potentially in addition to, if we could afford it, but I certainly couldn't say, okay, we'll take off 3 police officers and replace them with mental health experts.
But if that could reduce crime, I mean, and to some extent, you know, our police department is a victim of their own success, right? Just like, you know, we were so good at social distancing and quarantining that we kept the numbers low, right, to an extent, because everyone did what they were supposed to do. And to the extent that our police department does such a great job, we need other access. And it's difficult for me, to justify to people who are sending me emails to our residents, 50% of our budget going to the police department, when, they see police officers that are hiding out in their spots. I see a police car at St. Peter Claver, parking lot every day, hiding way in the back, and I know it's not a speed trap. I don't know what they're doing there. When I have residents sending me emails saying, hey, why does it take 6 police officers to give me a ticket for broken taillight? It's difficult to justify this chunk of our budget going to the police department because they see an overzealous reaction to a minor infraction, which is like a broken taillight, a broken headlight. You don't need 6 police officers to give a ticket. You don't need 3 police cars or 4 police cars to do that.
I used to get that when I was with the fire service because we'd take the ladder truck to a heart attack, and the first thing would come up, why'd you bring that great big truck? We needed that truck because the next call may be what's needed. It could be a traffic accident where we needed the rescue equipment that's on that truck. So we were always attached to it. And we're a society that, unfortunately, we have to have our police officers. And yeah, at the time that, I hope that doesn't happen around here, what you're saying, we're 6 officers now for a out tail light.
But it does happen here. That's why I'm bringing it up. It happens here in this city.
But the very next call, when you're a mile down the road, they might be getting a call of a person with a gun at a bank. And that's not a 1-officer response. Those 6 officers are all of a sudden out there and putting their life on the line for you and I.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just offer some information on that. Of course, whenever you see 6 officers anywhere, it has that appearance that somebody's just been giving a ticket. But Councilmember Levinos, you and I have talked about this before. You called me a number of weeks ago about a single Hispanic lady standing in the middle of the street, and you said there were 4 officers standing around her. Why does there need to be that many? And I called the dispatcher, and they said, well, this woman was having symptoms of COVID. Our officers were standing away from her, and the reason there were 4 officers there is because they put out a call for a Spanish-speaking officer because she didn't speak English. So those 2 other additional officers showed up, and we got her some medical attention. So sometimes, I totally get the impression, and you and I have talked about this before, but oftentimes you'll have an officer make a traffic stop at night, and another officer will stop by and they talk, and we tell the officers to back each other up. So it gives the impression sometimes in the public, and our supervisors do tell the officers this, that if you need an additional unit or another unit shows up, sometimes somebody shows up to handle the tow of a vehicle or something of that. Sometimes it's just a staffing issue, and we tell them the perception of that we understand in the community looks bad. And so we tell them, once you're finished with what you're doing, go ahead and clear and go back in service. The problem is that they're humans, and so they start talking sometimes about another call or sometimes to discuss officer safety things. So. But I totally get where you're coming from, but I think to say that it takes 6 officers to write a ticket, we're making a snap judgment when we don't know the circumstances. So I just think the perceptions sometimes are something that hurt us, and we understand that, and so we work with our officers to do that. It's the same thing when you see an officer sometimes late at night or in the early morning parked behind the St. Peter Clavers, because officers working graveyard shift will get tired, and we tell them rather than driving around and getting in an accident, stop in a parking lot in a safe area where you can be seen and visible, and sometimes write your reports or just stop and get off the road for a little bit. So when the public looks at that and they see an officer sitting in St. Peter Claver or in a high school parking lot, they go, oh, there's another lazy cop sitting there doing nothing. And I would just caution that if there is ever anything like that, all they have to do is call, speak to a supervisor, a watch commander. We have GPS, we can see where our officers are, and our supervisors pay attention to that. So, I certainly understand those perceptions, and I think we do a pretty good job. And even to the point of you communicating with me when you see something, and I get those answers for you. So I just would hate to sit up here in a public forum meeting and saying, it takes 6 officers to write a ticket. It clearly doesn't. 1 officer can write a ticket without a problem. It's just that there's a lot of circumstances surrounding those. So that's the way I would address that. So.
Okay, could we move forward, because we got a lot to do yet. So,
Well,
and thank you very much. But we don't want to rebuild the police department tonight, I
Well,
don't think.
I will be bringing it up as a 9B agenda item, because I want to make sure that we are listening and addressing the issues that 3,000 Simi Valley residents came out
Okay,
to march for on Saturday.
You're right on target, 9B's the place. So, great. Any other questions of staff?
You have some.
Okay.
So first of all, I want to thank you, actually, for really the philosophy of having a structurally balanced budget. I know that just makes it so much easier for us to understand what's going on and to look at things. So I just want to thank you for taking that tact and going forward. I noticed you cut 9 positions and added 1, so we have a net of 8 positions that have been eliminated, which we understand. And then in your report, you have 60.82 unfilled positions remaining in the budget. So, I think I took that from page 4, possibly, of the report. And so my curiosity is that 60, that 11% basically of our unfilled, that 60.82 FTE, whatever you call it, units of people that are unfilled. How, you have it in percentage, I'm just curious what that represents monetarily. What kind of a unfilled chunk of our budget is that?
So again, it's a snapshot in time.
Sure.
And we budget for anticipating that all of our positions are going to be recruited and filled. We have to have the funds to do that. We don't have a breakdown of each exact position, the cost, but a rough swag. So if we look at our entire budget and all of our positions, it's about $155,000 salaries and benefits on average. But you have a wide variety of positions in the city.
Of course.
So of that 155,000, we would say about 9.4 million, but that would be general fund and special revenue funds. So we could roughly estimate about 6.4 million of that would be general fund.
So about 6.4 million from the general fund are.
Right. But again, it's a snapshot.
Of course.
So
Yeah, some of those positions are out for recruitment. Some of them are not yet being recruited for, so.
Oh, and I'm not necessarily, I'm not advocating we don't fill them. I just want to understand what that represents.
Right.
Okay.
At what number?
At what number? Okay. And so, and interesting that it should be about 6.4 million, because I guess, here's my curiosity. You've already paid your pension liabilities this year, which is great. And we're proposing this emergency $6 million fund, COVID fund, for, which can be used whatever, eventually, if it's needed for COVID, great, or for something else. I guess my question is there any thought to using that money to pay down the unfunded liability? What if we were to take that chunk and, knowing that we've got 6.4 million unfilled positions, which are out for recruitment, whatever, it's almost the same amount, but why don't we consider using that to help us get in a better position with our unfunded liability?
It's a perfect discussion for our mid-year evaluation to figure out where we're at mid-year. Those are the exact discussions we need to have at mid-year is, do we need that COVID recovery fund? How is our budget doing? Where is revenues? Where's expenditures? How's the economy going? How have we survived from July 1 to December 31? Where do we believe the economy is going from January 1 to June 30? If we do not need all that COVID recovery fund, those one-time expenditures, infrastructure, paying down the UAL, all those things are something that needs to be part of that dialogue.
Didn't I see in there that, and that'll be brought to the council, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Okay, thank you. So that I appreciate understanding that the size of that unfulfilled positions. I thought it was interesting. I just called attention to the council. Page 281 is the list of all the projects that were proposed but that didn't make the cut. I want you to know that the carpeting in the building is listed. It did not make the cut. In case you missed that in reading your budget, I just thought you need to know that. But
hopefully there's a budget for more.
You mentioned that because I asked about that, and then I found out how much it was going to cost, and
oh yeah, no,
I'm going to bring throw rugs.
So
we'll just keep buying tape.
I want to appreciate that we're being lean and mean with this budget, and I understand that, and I think at this time we need to be exactly that. So anyway, so thank you. That was ultimately my question I want to understand.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment. Once again, Carolyn and Joe, you've done a great presentation. There might be people out there that were unable to hear your wonderful presentation, so I just wanted to mention that it is available on our website at the Administration Department Services under Budget. You did a great job, you and your staff, and it was very self-explanatory, and I think it's very easy for anybody to look at and understand where we're spending our money, where we're getting it from, and what we're doing to improve things in our community. So thank you.
Comments? I just want to thank you, and at the same time, kind of apologize. I mean, the distraction is brought on by us, not you. And sometimes we forget what staff goes through because of us. And what you just presented is great and in layman's terms, and brought a lot of knowledge to the table. And I say this to all staff here tonight, is it's their right to do what they're doing, and that's fine, but it's because of us, not because of you. And I want to make it perfectly clear that I, for one, understand that, but I don't often enough tell you that you're dealing with it too, but it had nothing to do with you. So I apologize that it's happening, and thank you for putting up with it and still doing a fantastic job. So thank you very much. With that, we need a motion.
I'm sorry, Mayor, may I ask one more question? Because I didn't really get an answer to my question. Thank you. For the police department budget, you know, again, it was a $4.3 million increase, and I see that it's in patrol, special operating unit, and detectives. Was that due to pay scale raises, or why was, like, people who moved up the salary ladder?
Councilmember Luevanos, can you repeat that question?
I'm sorry. On page 131 of the budget, I see that the $4.3 million, most of the $4.3 million in increase in expenditures from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 21 is from, it looks like, patrol, special operating unit, and detectives. I'm asking if that's from salary steps, you know, when people increase due to seniority. Is that what the increase is from? Or raises, or where does the increase come from?
You're looking at, you saying the Special Operations Unit?
I'm looking at all three of them, because all three of those are going up.
Well, yes, I mean, by and large, it is salary.
It's salary
It is
steps?
really just merit and cost of, not only they don't, merit and cost of living, that would be salary, because the materials, the services and materials budget didn't go up, supplies and materials didn't go up, so that held firm.
And are the salary steps based on percentages or amount?
They are amount, right? Yes. No, percentage.
I think police are on steps.
So, I mean, so it's salaries and benefits. So included in that cost are also some of those pension costs. So we allocate all of that out based on the positions in the department. So we know what our total UAL is, what our total PERS payment is. That's the biggest bulk of those costs that you'll see increasing year over year.
So the pension costs have increased?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, because I didn't get an answer, so I just wanted to get an answer.
Were you looking at the budgeted amount to budget?
Yes.
Or were you looking at actual to budget?
I was looking at actual to budget.
So actual is what we're estimating to end the year, and we anticipate a lot of salary savings from vacancies or positions being held open for the time being.
So why is there an increase of, I understand what Mr. Gabler said, that it's going to be less than the 37 million, right?
Yes.
But
guaranteed.
Okay. Why would it be less?
I'm sorry?
Why would it be less? Because of unfilled positions?
Unfilled positions and expenditures that didn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now a motion. I think we could just say staff's recommendation to accept 1 through 4.
I will move to accept staff's recommendation for steps 1 through 4.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
we all voted. Try one more time, and then if not, we'll do go voice. Okay, call for the vote. There we go.
Motion passes with Councilmember Lovenos voting no.
Joe and Carolyn, thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 8C, direction regarding the July 4, 2020 fireworks, and City Manager Gabler will handle this presentation tonight.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. At a previous meeting, it was requested that the city reconsider having a 4th of July celebration in the year 2020. Back in February of this year, the City Council agreed to provide $20,000 worth of funding to the Simi Valley Days Foundation for them to conduct a fireworks show. Our funds would be added to funding from the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District, as well as sponsors that the Simi Valley Days Foundation would achieve in order to put on a fireworks celebration that was originally scheduled to happen at Rancho Santa Susana Community Park. Due to the state and county orders prohibiting gatherings, the uncertainty of being able to collect financial commitments from sponsors, and other uncertainties, the Simi Valley Days organization or foundation canceled the fireworks celebration in late April. Returning back to the City Council with the concept that was requested of us, I reached out to the Simi Valley's Foundation whether they would consider having conducting a fireworks celebration if we're able to mitigate their costs. They agreed to provide that service for us. This is mainly because city staff really does not have the expertise or the available time in order to put on a fireworks celebration. In their evaluation, the Simi Valley Days Foundation indicated the cost for the fireworks would be about $45,000. That includes the cost of the fireworks itself, the insurance, fencing, and other miscellaneous expenses related to putting on the event. With the $20,000 the city is committed and the $20,000 that the Rancho Simi Recreation Park District continued to agree to provide, that would leave them about $5,000 short. In looking for a venue, because of the orders and some other concerns that the Park District would have, they elected not to host the fireworks celebration for this year. I reached out to the Simi Valley Town Center owners if they would be willing to have it at their site, and they did agree to have it at the Simi Valley Town Center, so the launch area would be within the parking lot. Subsequently, reached out to the Ventura County Fire District to determine whether they would allow for the fireworks to take place at the Simi Valley Town Center, given that it's in a more populated area, and making sure that they would be able to determine the feasibility of having it there, given the fallout zone, which is the freeway and potentially the freeway and residential areas to the south of that. The fire district has agreed that on the feasibility that they would allow for it to happen there. However, they indicated that they would allow shells of only 2 inches or less, so they would not allow any larger shells. That would reduce the height of the fireworks going up, as well as the size of the burst. The only other consideration that we evaluated was traffic. There is a concern that there would be additional traffic in the area. The Simi Valley Town Center being located between 2 freeway off-ramps and the freeway itself, we're concerned that people may be stopping on those streets in order to view the fireworks. Not knowing the size of the shells, we're also concerned that fireworks could be seen from the south below the freeway, and there could be residential areas that are impacted by people that would want to go in and watch the fireworks from there as well. Lastly, I'll note that it needs to be said that given the current health order that's in the County of Ventura, as well as what's coming down from the state of California, I point to page 4, where the state of California does not allow for professional, social, or community mass gatherings. With that, we present that information to the City Council, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Oh, let me back up one more. Going back to the Simi Valley Foundation, their original proposal was for 3, 4, and 5-inch shells. When I indicated to them that the fire district would only allow 2-inch shells, I asked them what the price impact would be. Their response was that it would be nominal, as several $1,000s, up to about $2,000 impact. And they were suggesting just putting that into a ground level show that would be available to be seen by people at the site as opposed to any distance away.
Okay, this is going to be good. Questions of staff? Ruth?
I want to make sure that we comply. Thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure that we comply with the state orders. And what I've seen at other social gatherings, shall we say, like in New York Central Park, they had circles so that people, knew where to picnic so they could social distance. And I'm wondering if we can do that with parking spaces, so we can have like, hey, these are the designated parking spaces where you can park, so that we make sure that people are encouraged to the best that we can that they social distance. Is there a possibility to do that?
If you allowed for every other parking space, then you probably would comply with that. The problem is getting compliance, and who would police that and ensure that that's going to take place.
Could we encourage it at least? I mean,
we could certainly encourage it.
I'm not saying someone go out there and police people, but it's just like, okay, here we're going to encourage you. I mean, no one was policing whether or not people were in the circles or not at Central Park.
Yes.
But it was encouraging it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, at least if we could do that in some way, encourage it, and I'm okay with increasing the cost if there's a cost associated with that, like here we have the caution tape so that people only sit every third seat. Something like that, then I would be great with that, especially because I've been hearing fireworks in my neighborhood like every night since Memorial Day, and I would love for our families to go somewhere to a place, and so they're not encouraged to be, shooting off fireworks in their backyard like my poor dog has been tortured. So, I am for this, but like I said, I would like to encourage social distancing, even if there's an additional cost to that.
We can make sure that's in the whatever promotional material that is out there to ensure that every other space is utilized.
I thought, I'm going to jump in on yours. I thought I read in the staff report that it said that it would be, people would be required to stay in their cars, and there'd be no restroom facilities. And I think that was right in the report.
It is. Following the county's order to have an event like this, they would allow for persons to gather in their cars in the parking lot, staying in their cars, and without any food or restroom facilities that are provided. Their intent is you arrive in your car, you stay in your car, whatever you're doing there, and they quote concerts, plays, political speeches, movies, similar activities. We believe it would fall into that activity. You stay in your car, you participate, you watch, and you leave without getting out of your car and participating in any other restrooms or food or anything else that would cause you to intermingle amongst the other viewers.
It also said something about you had to come in the car. Now, I'm not even sure. It might even said be from the same family.
Well, yes, it did. Same household or living unit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be pretty easy to enforce.
It will be a challenge to enforce it, yes.
And it sounds like, to me, a great big tailgate party.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be. What's our neighboring cities doing?
All cities in Ventura County have canceled their fireworks.
Oh, wow.
That give,
I'm sorry?
no, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's all right.
that was one of my concerns, is because, especially because Moore Park and Thousand Oaks have canceled. We're already concerned about the amount of cars that are going to be in that small area. And if we add those cars coming from those communities, because that's going to happen. I mean, it is. They're going to want to see them. And then my other concern was the size of the shells. Having been on both sides of this, my Rotary Club put this on for years, and the Park District donating money when I was on the board there. The 2-inch shells are really not as satisfying, to be very, very honest, as the 3, 4, and 5. And I think it might be a disappointment.
You think?
Yeah. And so, which could, well, you spent the same amount of money, but, there were a lot of complaints last year or the year before that they couldn't see them very well. I don't remember, from outside the area, people not in the park, and because the shells were lower. So those were my 2 concerns. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate, because that's my concern. And yeah, my concern is, we just heard about budgets. We just talked about the expense of police. We have the only fireworks show in the region. You think we're not going to have a bunch of visitors from many, many cities and a huge need for police? And so I think that is a very conservative guess at the cost of this thing to the city, if we did something like that, because we're going to have so many police officers out there directing traffic. It's going to be a huge expense. And I don't know. The other thing is my concern is, we are telling people social distancing, constantly, obey the law, obey the law, obey the law. I put out there myself, I don't have to agree with the law, but I have to obey the law. I think that's what I have to do as an elected. I can't break it. And so now we're saying, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, but it's okay if we want to do it, so go ahead. I don't think that's a great plan.
If I could ask some questions and make some comments about
Sure.
all that I'm hearing, because I have talked to a handful of people involved and would like to share a few things, and we'll vote and just make the decision. I spoke with Nacho Lopez, who is the Simi Valley Days head, who would be putting this together, because I wanted to turn, are you doing this because a council member said, what about this? Or is it something you want to do? And I will tell you that he was very excited to make this happen. He sees this as a wonderful gift to our community, that we celebrate our freedoms, and that we are, with everything that's been canceled and done until they can't do, et cetera, that we would consider doing something that would benefit hundreds and thousands of people, but would be special for them. But so he told me he was excited to make it happen. What he told me, and I spoke with him at length today, is that when he was told that the parks didn't want to have it in there for various reasons, he asked at the time, could we hold it in the parking lot across the street? Because he was trying to find a way to make it work. And he was told no at the time. He said he was very disappointed when that big balloon event went on. If you recall, a month ago, the balloons that were in the parking that the community loved. I mean, you look at the discussion about it. It was celebrated, and people stayed in their cars, and they enjoyed looking at a balloon with lighting. I mean, fireworks is anyways much. I see the relationship anyway. So I see this anyway. So I want you to know that he is willing and excited to do it. One of the things that you may not be aware of, Brian, I asked him about the cost, because I think we need to be fiscally responsible. Obviously, this was in our budget before. It's in the parks budget. I don't want to take any more than what we've got budgeted, nor do I want it to be something that's anticlimactic and not appreciated. One of the things, when I chatted with him today, in his budget proposal was for porta potties, hand washing stations, et cetera. That was all part of his initial cost. He was actually surprised when I said, well, to conform with the state, you cannot be providing those, they're to remain in their vehicles. It's not to be a event where you're, et cetera. And so, just so you're aware, that would cause a reduction in the cost, because his estimate built all that into that. So whatever, I didn't ask for a dollar amount, but so in addition to the savings on the shells, there would be savings on that, on providing that. Now, what he told me that the fireworks people shared with him is that is that they felt they could do a very satisfying show. Of course, maybe there's the firework people talking.
There's
but
no
what
conflict of interest there.
Right. But what they would also do is fill in things at a lower level. That they would do things, obviously, that would fall within those constraints. But I also talked to the mall. I talked to Jeff Julius, who is the manager at the mall, and in fact, he reached out to me. He said, "I'm so excited that the mall management is in favor of doing this and they're supporting this." I think that we have a mall that has been struggling, and this COVID thing, I'll tell you, I went up there as soon as it was okay for businesses to open up, because I wanted to show that I was supporting anyone who's trying to hang on. And I will tell you, anyway, I won't, there were a lot of stores that had not yet opened. What he tells me is that there are only, so far, we've lost 2 stores there that have not survived. But I see this as a way to tell our business and the mall people that we support them, that we're looking for an opportunity to bring people to them and to let people know they're open for business and that they're support of the community. And so the fact that they are in favor of this and willing to use their parking lot and their resources, I think, is something we should really take into consideration, because it's also a good thing for them as well. And it shows a signal. Now, I'm well aware that as Councilmember Levin was saying, that we do need to explain the parameters, that this is, this is what the state parameters are, and this is what we're saying how it needs to be done. I think that you tell people that, and you ask them to govern accordingly, and many will apply. Will it be perfect like the balloon event? No. At the balloon event, obviously you had most people in the cars, but what I saw as I drove by that balloon event 3 times, I might add, I'm sorry, I confess I did it 3 times, drove around, it was contributing to traffic. What I saw were clusters of families that were distancing 8 or 9 feet and standing on the sidewalk who were just enamored, their children being thrilled. And so anyway, I think it's an opportunity we have to send a message to our Simi Valley that we love them, that we are a community that celebrates together our freedoms. So those are my thoughts.
Other comments?
I want to thank you, Mayor, for asking the question, and Councilmember Kavanaugh as well. Given what you asked and the response, I am also concerned that we're having the only fireworks event in the area. There's going to be people coming, and as much as I would love to have something for our community, there's just no way, and word gets out. It will get out, and people will say, people from Moore Park, and they're all going to come here, and that is a concern, because
we'll be the only ones doing it.
Yeah, we'll be the only ones doing it.
I don't know. Do you happen to know what's going on in Los Angeles County?
I know their restrictions are their restrictions are more strict than ours. So I highly doubt that they're going to do any fireworks shows. What we could do, we could televise like a fireworks show on public television or something like that. That's the only thing that I could think. And I know that it's heartbreaking for our kids because they're
and you're going to get a lot of backyard displays.
And I want to avoid that too, especially since it's fire season. We've already had 2 local fires in the past week, so I want to avoid that. But thank you for bringing that up.
If you don't mind, I'd like to say something about the fireworks at home, the safe and sane fireworks. You're going to think this is silly coming from a former fire investigator, firefighter. I challenge you to ask the fire department how many fires do those safe and sane fireworks that you see throughout this valley start. And I don't know if they could come up with those stats, because I'm sorry, it just doesn't happen. The ones that are starting the fires are the dangerous fireworks that are entirely different. The safe and sane fireworks, what you see Ma, Pa, and the kiddies out in the front street with their garden hose, they just don't start the fires. Now I'm sure we could force them to start a fire and then to drive the point home. But the reality is, I just can't recall in my career where I ever went to a fire caused by those. Went to fires caused by the dangerous fireworks that are illegal virtually everywhere. Anything that shoots in the air and explodes, different story. But what you put in your street. With that said, I I know that here in the valley, it's unenforceable. There's so many of them. Am I right, Chief? Yeah.
I heard it the other night, too.
Yeah, and if you do stop to, on 4th of July, when every household in the valley is using them, and you stop, and the paperwork that you have to develop to confiscate and write them a ticket and everything, by the time you get done doing that, 4th of July is over. So you got one person, you got one family, or however many police officers you have. So end result is that's kind of a narrative of mine on safe and sane fireworks. I don't advocate we go out and enforce that real hard. But I also don't advocate that we go out and break the law, the standard that's set before us, and that's being adhered to by the entire county. Now, maybe it'll change by then, too.
I was going to say, can I make a comment regarding that? Maybe we can postpone it, or at least postpone the ability to do a fireworks show till September, when maybe tie it into the Simi Valley Days, if we're allowed to do that.
But I think you're missing the point. This is not outlawed. This is in conjunction.
Right.
What is being proposed is something that meets within the state standards, what they allow. Now, other cities have chosen not to change their format.
I didn't mean to infer that it was outlawed. I'm just saying that I don't think we can enforce the social distancing and everything that is there that the state's asking us to do, the state and county. I'm not saying that it's just.
Do we enforce social distancing? I mean, we recommend it. We tell people what they need to do. We go out and put plans together. But when you say enforce,
but we're
I guess I'm
not the
trying.
sponsor. We normally, as being the government agency that enforces it, now we're going to be the government agency that promotes it. For instance, there wasn't very good social distancing at the protest this last weekend, but the city did not promote that. So I don't feel endangered or awkward, but to promote something where you know there's going to be, or common sense tells you there will be quite a bit of violation of the state order. I'm one that always says I obey the law even if I don't like it.
And I believe you teach them correct principles and let them govern themselves. I think, but I'm hearing you. But I think that we can tell them this is what is expected. There's no porta potties. Stay in your cars. Park this distance. But
Look at the ceiling of your car.
Well, same thing as a drive-in movie theater. I mean, let's be real.
No, I know. Everybody has a sky roof.
Sky roof. They'll roll their windows down. Anyway. So.
Anyway, so
Mayor, if I may, I agree with Councilmember Kavanaugh and try to maintain the money in the budget so that if we can, in September, maybe have it coincide with Simi Valley Days. I think that's a great idea.
that would probably help Nacho's program, too.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm looking at 2-inch shells and saying that's just not going to be a real good show. It's just not going to. I mean, that's the killer for me right now. The social distancing is important, and we're not going to be able to enforce that. It's not going to happen. And we're going to get a lot of people here. But it's the 2-inch shells. It's just like, I mean, unless you're right there watching it, and maybe down the hill in the condos, or maybe right there in the apartments, you're really not going to have a good show.
It's still going to be 2-inch shells in September. That's where they hold it. I'm just to point that out, right? It wouldn't be any different.
Yes, but maybe we could do it someplace different in September, if the social distancing, the park might allow it. Again, depending on what happens, we don't know for sure what's going to be allowed. I agree. I wish we could do it. I do in my heart. My heart feels it's a good thing. My practicality is saying no.
Look at a telephone pole is roughly 50 foot, and you're talking 200 foot. So they're talking 4 telephone poles high, not very high. And then I forgot what the burst area is.
90 feet on a 2-inch shell. I wrote it down. So we're going from 90-foot, the 5-inch shells do 225-foot bursts, and a 2-inch shell does a 90-foot burst.
Does it say how high
That's not the
the?
height, that's the
200 feet, 90 feet wide.
So if it's going 200 feet in the air, that's still 2/3 of a football field. It's enough for people to enjoy and see. It's not the same.
How dare you? It's still for.
But when we,
Another idea would be, since we already were going to coordinate with the Park District to have the 4th of July program, if we coordinate with the Park District, maybe get because we could have the carnival at the same park where the 4th of July is always held, if they're available. I mean, that would be something. Then they could have the big show.
It could be the end of the COVID celebration and make it much bigger.
I do think we're missing an opportunity to thank our business community and to celebrate with our people. And I'm hearing the conversation, so I'm going to move, knowing where this vote is going, but I am moving that we authorize staff to work the Simi Valley Days Foundation, who is excited to do it and wants to do it for the people, and the area that wants to do it, and many people want to conduct a fireworks show at the Simi Valley Town Center, and that's my motion.
There's one.
Do I hear a second? Do, do, do.
your heart's in the right place.
Guys, you're missing an opportunity, but I hear you, okay?
Motion fails for lack of a second.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No, it isn't. You're going to puncture my
I'll go
tires.
home and cry, but it's, you're the one calling Nacho, and you're the not kidding. It's fine.
Okay. Next up. Council reports.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I read your.
That's okay.
Okay. I voted down her fireworks.
Would you like me
read
to-
your report. This
Would you
could
like me
get
to
bad.
continue, or do you want to,
I'm sorry?
would you like to take this one, or you want me to continue, or just, it's 9A, council member reports.
Council reports, next item.
Yes.
Okay. Elaine Litster, you go first.
Thank you. I'm happy to do so. I'm going to work backwards in time with some of the things that has transpired in this last month. Today, I met with the Council on Aging, and just a couple things that came out of, besides that I mentioned previously, a strong financial month. They had a very vigorous interview for the Ventura County AAA, the Agency on Aging. Anyway, that will come forward who was nominated. But one of the questions that arose is that, or that I realized, is that the library is now open for curbside pickup, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think that's good for people to know that. Teresa Lewis, who's on the committee, or on the commission, said that in the Star that there was an article about other libraries offering computer access and printer access. And so it was claimed that we do not have that, but I hope that we look at it further so that maybe some of that can be worked out, because those are certainly services that I think would be nice to be providing. Working backwards, on Saturday, June 6th, there was, as many are aware, a protest that was held, and I attended that protest from start to finish. I want to commend particularly our Chief David Livingstone for the preparation that went into that. I got there, I actually came by the city early that morning, saw the troops massing and figuring out where to go to be safe, and I just know that there was tremendous amount of work that was made to make that a safe event for the protesters, for bystanders. And I want to say thank you. I'm going to take the liberty of actually reading my Facebook post about the event, because it summarizes exactly what I experienced on that day and what I learned from it. Today's protest in Simi Valley was an example of how a community can come together. Organized by Micaiah Foster, a recent high school graduate, she joked that she hoped maybe 10 friends would show up, and show up they did. I was prepared to speak, and I had a conversation with her, or had reached out to her, I'd respond to her email early in the week. I was prepared to speak to the worries of my daughter as she raises her beautiful black son. I was prepared to speak about my faith in our excellent Simi Valley Police Chief and the benefits of their newly acquired body cameras. I was prepared to speak about the need for love and respect for all. None of that was necessary. Those walking, those observing, those protesting, those participating wove a tapestry of community understanding today. Simi Valley came together today. Many families, the old and young, people of all races, political persuasions, and sexual orientations. It was a shared message of respect, the need to make changes in our community and in our society. I felt it was also a message to our nation. My heart swelled as I witnessed many acts of kindness along the way. Numerous people were out with water bottles and snacks. Orange-vested volunteers made sure everyone stayed on the sidewalk and traffic could pass freely. One volunteer posted herself at a driveway explaining that agitators, in fact, an agitator that tried to come in just a few hours ago, that agitators were ahead and please, please walk on by, don't engage. Chief David Livingstone spoke at the beginning of the protest, commending the courage of Micaiah. He quoted the words of Abraham Lincoln, and I quote him, "Until leaders stand up and recognize and make concrete the problems that we face together in society, we cannot even begin to think about breaking those down," end quote. Thank you to Micaiah Foster and her family. Thank you to all who participated peacefully in the march. Thank you to supportive residents. Thank you to our police department who quietly operated, keeping protesters and bystanders safe. Thank you, Simi Valley. You make me proud. And that was my experience on Saturday. A few other things that happened this month, and I know everyone has things to share. I wanted to commend the school district on a tremendous graduation. This was graduation at a time that was particularly difficult. But I wanted to say thank you. I love the signs that popped up all over the neighborhoods of where people graduated from. In fact, there was a sign across my street, and because that sign was across my street, I was able to go over and talk to a young man and get to know my neighbor and find out about his graduation, all that he was excited about. Mickey and Leilani, his girlfriend, were there decorating her car, ready to go. So I just want to commend the school district for making it as special as possible. Every Wednesday, I've attended the elected officials briefing calls. I've met multiple times with Brian Gabler, and thank you for having a very open door policy to me, and I appreciate it. A few other things that happened on May 7th. I met with the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee on the 13th. We had our Simi Valley Arts Commission budget meeting. On the 15th, I represented the city at a virtual recognition certificate to ITS, celebrating the 30-year anniversary. On the 18th, I held the Arts Commissioner interviews, and I will tell you that I just spoke with Fred, and he was very pleased with the 3 people who are coming on the commission. He was very excited to work with them. On the 20th, I attended the Veterans Service Task Force. The 21st, I attended SCAG again, where they had election of officers for the Energy and Environment Committee. I just want to say that I'm proud of our city, what we're doing, that I think we will get through some difficult things, but I want to say that this COVID-19 thing has been difficult for everyone, and what has transpired after that is, not after that, but as with the horrific police incident with George Floyd, and what's transpired after that. Obviously, we are a nation that is reeling, but I have faith that all will be well, and I have faith in what we're doing as a city. And so that ends my report.
Okay, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along with Councilmember Litster and probably the rest of us, I attended all the Wednesday elected calls. That was very good of the county to keep us all informed as to what was going on. And it was very nice that they did all the different departments. So you got an explanation of what each area was focusing on for our community. On May 6th, I attended our EDCVC Executive Board meeting. And on May 15th, I also attended the virtual open house for ITS, but I was late, so I didn't get in on the raffle. So, but at least it was nice to see them and to say congratulations to them. On Wednesday, May 20th, I also attended the Simi Valley Veterans Service Task Force with Councilmember Lister. It was very interesting. It was a nice group. It's a startup with a lot of good things planned, and I'm looking forward to serving on, not a startup, like restart, I think it was kind of what he was saying. So I'm looking forward to being on that and to getting some action done. Again, on May 21st, EDC General Board meeting, and let me flip through. And then on June 2nd, I, along with Councilmember Luevanos, we conducted ADA interviews. We had a great group of people, very enthusiastic. So, and I'll tell you kind of a joke. There was a Mr. Dean that we called. And so I said, I was conferencing in, I called Mr. Dean. I said, can you hold for a moment while I get Councilmember Luevanos? And he said, sure. So we come in, and I said, okay, Mr. Dean. And he goes, Dee Dee, if I said to call you father, would you know who I was? It was Father Steve Dean, the retired Episcopal priest from St. Francis of Assisi, who did my dad's service and was with him his last month. But he was just so cute. He's like, do you think you know who I am? So I explained to Ruth what was going on with that too. So we have a small community here. Again, on June 3rd, we had the EDC Executive Board meeting. I can't say enough about the EDC. You need to go on their website, all the businesses, they have everything for you. They will help you with applications. They will walk you through where to go, what to do. They will give you free assistance from counselors, whether it's bookkeeping, business management plans, getting back to work. It's multi-language, so they have that. They have loans. My particular employer gave them a loan to loan out, along with some other banks, and I think they've gotten a couple of grants. And so I really, really encourage our business community to use them. We have less people in East County use them than the rest of the county combined. We have very few, and it's just such an underutilized opportunity for our business community. I've learned a lot being on there the last 2 years, and everything they offer is just, it's free, except the money. You have to pay a little bit of interest, but all the services they have are free, and it's available, and they're actually looking forward, and they want to help. So please, any businesses out there, please reach out to them. I was able to attend, I visited the police foundation, the police station Friday night. The Simi Valley Police Foundation purchased lunch and dinner for the 2 different shifts, so that was very nice to see all the officers and to meet a few of them that I hadn't met before. Chick-fil-A did a great job for us. They do a really nice packaging up, sandwiches and boxes with all the chips and cookies and everything. And so that was really very nice, and the officers really appreciated it. And my last thing was I also attended whether we want to call it a peaceful protest or a march on Saturday, June 6th. I could not be more proud of this community and everyone that turned out and supported Micaiah. She was a very young, very bright young lady and very brave to start something like that. I was really appreciative of our police department and how they handled it, where they weren't, you were there, but you weren't there, which was really very nice. The CHP was blocking the off-ramps. So what was really kind of cute, you could tell they had a long day, because when I first went up in a car to drive to City Hall, I waved out and said thank you, and they waved back. And then a couple hours later, when we were coming back, I waved and said thank you, and they were like, yeah, they were tired. They'd just been standing there for, I don't know how many hours. But thank you to all of our mutual aid. I believe, did we get help from Santa Monica too? Santa Monica Sheriff's Department I saw in the parking lot, and then the CHP, and then our own police department, who, number one, I can say that my sister's retired now. So thank you, Chief Livingston. You guys did a great job. And that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Luevanos.
Yes, on May 5th, I attended the Youth Council meeting, and I'm just going to go through my schedule, and then I'll come back to all the stuff that happened. They were planning the Simi Valley Youth Council talent show, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. I attended the weekly meetings on Wednesday for the Ventura County elected officials for COVID-19, and look forward to getting those updates, which are really important for all of our residents to know. And for our businesses that are looking for support, they still have VC Reopens. And for those that haven't been able to open yet, everything that you need is on VC Reopens. They have templates there. So for any kind of business, you just put whether you're a dog groomer or you're a restaurant or whatever it is that your business is, and they have the templates there for you so that everything that you need to do to reopen safely is there. So I highly encourage, if you are a business owner or you know a business owner, to go to VC Reopens, because all the support is there, and it's in English and in Spanish, and they've done a phenomenal job of supporting our businesses in that way. On Thursday, May 7th, I attended the SCAG Regional Council meeting via Zoom for a little while, just to hear what was going on. They did have, they had elections for delegates and different committees, and they also mentioned what was happening regionally with COVID-19 and what they were doing as a region. And then I attended the Clean Power Alliance board meeting. They have established a $1.25 million fund for COVID-19, and that is for customers that are impacted financially due to COVID-19. So if you lost your job or you lost your income or you have reduced income, then you can apply for COVID-19 assistance. I'm really proud that the Clean Power Alliance does that because they're looking out for our low-income residents, those who are impacted by COVID-19 and have loss of income. And some of that money, you don't have to pay it back. Like it's not like a loan. It's like, hey, either you can make a payment program, so if you know you're going to get eventually back on your feet once we're reopened, or if you've completely lost your job, you can either do a payment plan or you can just get payment assistance. So it's $1.25 million through Clean Power Alliance. So if you are a customer of Clean Power Alliance, I highly recommend that you go to the website and ask for that assistance because they want to help those who have been impacted by COVID-19. On, let me see. On May 26th, trying to figure out who else, Paige and Parson and I conducted the Youth Council interviews for returning Youth Council members. And I'm just a huge, I think it's because I'm a teacher and I'm a mom and I'm a youth mentor and I have been for over 25 years. But I just really enjoyed doing the Youth Council interviews. I wish we could have invited everyone back, but we had to choose 9. We could only pick 9 to come back. But the work that they do, the passion that they have, the excitement about the Multicultural Festival, the fact that they have these long-term goals. They said, hey, 3 years ago, we're going to do this. The fact that we got a grant from staff member David, who applied for the grant, the multicultural grant for our Simi Cultural Arts Center, and that they haven't forgotten. A lot of times we don't give our youth credit. We think they're very short-term oriented. But no, this was like a suggestion they made 3 years ago, and they remembered. They're like, I still have stuff to do. You need to bring me back on Youth Council so that we can make this multicultural festival happen. And I really love that about having the pulse of our youth through our Youth Council. And a lot of them during the interview process said they were very grateful to have the ability to speak directly to their local government, to us as city council members, and that really meant a lot to them. I don't know if all cities have this kind of program like our Youth Council, but it's really amazing that we do have this program. On Friday, May 29th, I hope you joined us. It was highly entertaining. It was the Simi Valley Youth Council talent show, and it was online, and I started watching on my laptop. My kids and my husband are like, what are you doing? I'm like, watching a talent show. And we all ended up watching the talent show, and they were texting all their friends, and more people were joining to watch the talent show. So it was really entertaining. It was very interesting, and it was a really, really good time. They didn't know if they would have a lot of people, but it was a really fun. It's the first time they ever did it online, and I commend, I believe all the council members, the mayor pro tem submitted videos to congratulate the graduates of the class of 2020, which was really cool. And it was just really neat to see the kids do this online instead of canceling it. They just took their technology skills and moved it to an online platform, which was really neat. So if you got to participate, if you got to join us, it was really fun. On Monday, June 1st, I'm sorry, it's when I did the Youth Council returning member interviews. On Tuesday, Councilmember Kavanaugh and I did the ADA interviews, and there were some amazing people there who we wanted to appoint everybody, but we could only pick 4. But I want to thank everyone who took the time to volunteer for the ADA interviews. And on Thursday, June 4th, I participated in another Clean Power Alliance board meeting. We passed our budget, so it's been budgets for the past week for me, budgets and grading, because it's the end of the year. But like I said, they added an additional, they had a $250,000 fund for people impacted by COVID-19. They added another $1 million to that fund. And I think it's phenomenal what Clean Power Alliance is doing, and I'm really proud that our city is a part of renewable energy in the future. That is going to be the energy that we're going to have here in California that's going to be clean and that's going to be efficient and that's not going to hurt our environment. On Friday, June 5th, I had a virtual Zoom with Brian Gabler to talk about the budget and the concerns about the budget and questions that I had that he answered, and thank you, Brian, for taking the time to do that. And then I met with City Attorney Lonnie Eldridge, which I meet with every Friday to talk about whatever legal issues are happening in our city and how we can support our businesses. On Saturday, June 6th, I attended the Solidarity March. I'm kind of still overwhelmed. I'm kind of still processing it. This young woman who reached out, invited a number of people, a number of elected officials in the city, and right away, of course, I wanted to support her. Like I said, I'm very passionate about supporting our youth, supporting their voices, and they really are hungry, to tell us what it is that they want, what they need, and how they need to be supported. And, there was a lot of trepidation about continuing or not continuing, and there was an open line of communication with the police chief, and I thank you for that, Chief Livingstone, because there has, been a history of trauma impacted on communities of color, not just here in Simi Valley, but nationwide, as we're seeing with the protests that are happening every single night. In all 50 states, in 18 countries, it is the largest civil rights movement in the history of the world. And if that doesn't impact you, that we had 3,000 people participate here in Simi Valley, that's pretty huge. And I'm really immensely proud of Micaiah, who just graduated from the Moore Park High School, is on her way to UCLA. I think she's a phenomenal leader in this community. And the fact that she was able to pull together neighbors and friends and volunteers who just said, yes, I will give up my Saturday to be here. I will help with traffic. I will bring water. I will bring snacks. I will bring my signs. And there were a couple times when there were counter-protesters, and they just, they just kept on with the positive messaging of keeping it peaceful and moving forward and making sure that we have progress in the city. And that is really what we need to follow through as elected officials, to make sure that we hear and not just listen, but actually act on the requests that our youth are asking us to do, which is to make sure that we effectuate positive change in this community. And that's what we need to continue to do. For all of the fear-mongering on social media, for all of the rumors that there was going to be looting and rioting, and it was really a lost economic opportunity for our city, because there were 3,000 people that marched, and they were all hungry and they were all thirsty, and so many restaurants were boarded up. So many businesses had decided to close out of fear. And they lost the opportunity. Who really made out was In-N-Out. The line was like down the street, but everyone was, looking for a place to eat. And so it was really disheartening and kind of sad that there was this distrust of our youth, our high schoolers, our middle schoolers who went out and wanted to have this voice, that there was distrust there. And like I said, a lost economic opportunity. I kept thinking in my head, gosh, I wish these restaurants were open. And some of them closed all day long. But again, I want to commend Micaiah, all the organizers, the speakers, Alyssa, Aaliyah. They were just amazing, phenomenal speakers. It's wonderful to see them. Everyone, for the most part, stayed on the sidewalk. And, then they marched all the way over here, and it just kind of spread all the way over, to the to the other side. And there was a teachable moment. I call them teachable moments because I'm a teacher, where there was a veteran who was upset with someone who had a flag that was, defaced, and they got in an argument, and in the end, they ended up hugging it out, like they talked to each other, they listened to each other, and they hugged each other, and they said, hey, I hear you, I'm listening, and I acknowledge you, and I acknowledge your pain, and I'm sorry. And it was such a teachable moment for our community to say, even though the way you're expressing yourself, I don't agree with it, I respect you, and I respect your human dignity. And that was a huge moment for our community to have that, to respect people with differing opinions, to be able to listen to someone with a different opinion and respectfully say, it's okay, I don't have to agree with you, but I will respect you and I will give you the dignity of being a human like you deserve. And that was a huge, huge step for our community. I'm so extremely proud of that. And I can't tell you how many people said it was a day when they were so proud of being from Simi Valley. And I look forward to seeing what these young leaders do and how they continue on this path of promoting healing and unity in our community. Last but not least, I do want to invite the community for their California issues, a legal order for cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab. There is going to be a community meeting by DTSC, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, regarding the cleanup of Santa Susana Field Lab. It will be an online meeting and by phone, accessible on Thursday, June 11th, 2020, from 6 to 8 p.m. And I'll be posting about that. If you would like to participate, I highly encourage you to participate and make sure that the DTSC hears about our community's concerns about the cleanup of Santa Susana Field Lab. It's been 60 years. It's been way too long. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first of all want to, there's not too much, it was just we had a bunch of Zoom meetings and stuff. There is some news that came out of a bunch of them. A lot of stuff was covered by every other council member up there. So I'm not going to rehash it. But I wanted to make sure I pointed out that in SCAG, they elected their officers for the next year, and the president next year is going to be Rex Richardson from Long Beach. Very great guy. I'm sure he's going to do a great job as president of SCAG. I also want to say that in VCTC, we found out that Simi Valley is going to get a big chunk of the CARES Act money, and so that'll help our transit next year, take care of hopefully the fare box recovery and everything like that. I want to also let people know that our transit is still free, so if you need to ride a bus, make sure you take advantage because it's free right now. I want to talk a little bit about what happened this weekend, what happened that basically brought all this on. When I talked to when I had my email exchange with Ms. Foster, I thought I was very respectful in my email exchange. I didn't degrade her in any way. I explained my concerns of having a march in our city, and yes, they were concerns. They were concerns for the city. I had no trepidation that anybody in Simi Valley was going to cause a problem in Simi Valley. My trepidation came from people from the outside, because I'm sure the people that rioted and looted in Santa Monica on Saturday did not come from Santa Monica. But it happened. That was my fear. I tried to explain to Ms. Foster the reasons of my fear, because I think our city's been unfairly targeted as being racist because of something that happened here that we had no control over. So that's why I did that. I thought it was a respectful email. And the reason, and I did not share her email address, and I shared her email because that was part of my way to show that there was transparency. Because I know if I didn't do that, this would have been 100 times worse. So I know nobody out there is going to believe me. A lot of people in town are going to think that I'm just trying to cover, but that's what I did. Again, it was all for this city because all I care about is that we have a safe and friendly city to serve. And I can't imagine anybody in any city council who gets told, well, we'd like to have a protest in your town. Now, I get it. Peaceful protest is one thing, but you can't guarantee a peaceful protest. It just can't be guaranteed. I'm glad, and I am probably happier and I don't want to, first of all, I'll start by commending Ms. Foster because it was very peaceful. She did a great job with her friends and people that she got together to come out. I want to thank everybody in Simi Valley that participated in the protest, because their behavior was outstanding. I want to thank our city staff for facilitating the protest so they could exercise their First Amendment rights in peace. And it's funny thing is, the famous guy that was the counter demonstrator isn't even from Simi Valley. It's just something I'd like to point out. We all saw the tragedy that happened in Minneapolis to Mr. Floyd. There's no excuse for that. In my opinion, it was a murder, and I believe those officers will be prosecuted to the full extent of their laws in Minnesota. Again, I think in California, here, especially in the Los Angeles area, police departments have done immense strides in making communities come together and making sure that the police do not do what happened in Minneapolis. Like, a lot of talk I hear on television right now is about chokeholds and stuff like that. The Los Angeles Police Department has not had chokeholds since the 80s. Got rid of that a long time ago. So we've done a lot of things to make our departments better. So when it came to going to the protest on Saturday, one of the things I had against it, because there is still an overwhelming sense in those protests that are against police officers. And I can't fathom that at all, because our police nowadays don't deserve that. They just don't. Since this unrest has started, we've lost 5 police officers because of the unrest. There's absolutely no excuse for that. It's unconscionable. It's unconscionable as any likelihood is. So when I say that, just believe I say it from my heart. I didn't mean any disrespect. I did not mean anything else from my actions for the protest. I mean, I thought it was a very respectful email. So I'm wrong. I mean, people don't agree with me. I can't change that. But Ms. Foster did a great job, and I commend her for it. I commend all the people that were there for having a great, peaceful protest. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, that was the end of my report. There's not too much else. I do want to say the talent show was interesting. I tried to watch it on 2 different things, on the Facebook page and on the YouTube feed. There's some very talented people in our city. What was the other thing I saw here we were talking about? I think that's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Myself, I'm going to cut to the chase. I only got a couple things I want to tell you about. There's many things that I participated in that made me be aware of my learning curve for technology as we go to Zoom and these types of things. It was pretty interesting, and I appreciate the technology because it's making it much easier for all of us to have meetings and not be in the same room. The one thing that I did do is on the 6th, I too went to the protest, peaceful protest, and it was very impressive. I went to the beginning of it. I spoke to Ms. Foster, and I spoke to her mother, and I have to say that, yes, I, just like everybody else in the room, saw a very quality, peaceful protest, and I saw a police department that did an exceptional job and keeping this community safe, and really more than that, keeping the protesters safe and guided them and assisted them. It was a term I started using throughout, is we're there to assist, not to enforce, and enforcement would have to be way down the road. Now, in defense of those that, like the stores, businesses and what have you that boarded up, if all you have to do is read social media, and it was like someone had hijacked this young lady's peaceful protest, and they made all of these posts about what they were going to do and what was going to occur that turned out, thank goodness, to all be untrue. But that's just one of the things you fight. I personally was able to identify one of the people that was posting the very negative stuff, and we knew where it was coming from, and the police had far more information than I did, and it was not the promoters of the event. That they did a wonderful job. They did a spectacular job, and it went off very well, and we're so glad that the businesses didn't, as it turned out, didn't need to board up, and I too wish, had they known and not seen all this hijacking, I'll call it, of the event, that they too could have benefited from this demonstration, because there was, what, I think you said 3,000 people there, and I certainly believe that. The other thing I want to say, rather than go down the calendar and everything I did, was 2 days before the protest, I reached out to several, I'd say, diverse culture friends of mine. And the bottom line was I brought together about 10 of my close friends that are of a different background than myself. And we had a breakfast, and we were so excited about that meeting that the very next day we started texting to each other and said, we have to meet again. We have to meet again right now. And so we met here at City Hall, and the whole process, everything, the goal, everything we're looking at is to improve the communications between the different cultures within our city. It was well attended. Most of the individuals ended up going to the protest, and there's already another meeting scheduled, and I see great things going to come out of this. I will say there's no name or title for the committee as of yet, because it came together so quickly, but it was so successful, and I think Chief Livingston could attest to that. He came and spoke to the group. So we're heading in a very, very good direction, and we're going to have help to continue this, if you want to call it diversity training. I don't know if that's a proper word or not, but it's a very, very positive group, and that group will do very positive things and throughout our community, and I'm very anxious to get it rolling to where everybody can see who they are, what they do. They're definitely pillars of this community. With that, I'll stop. It's time to go to 9B for future council agenda items. So,
Mr. Mayor, may I go first, please?
Sure.
Okay, I have a
Thanks for volunteering.
a little statement. As we a council have done in the past, when our community expresses concerns about the actions of a council member, we need to address it. So I would like to propose an agenda item to discuss possible censure for Mayor Pro Tem Judge on the posts that were made. And at the same time, I would really like, we need to get a social media policy in force so that we don't have to deal with this type of situation in the future. And I've already seen another post that was unbecoming of a council member, so we need to start to give more direction on what is appropriate and what's not appropriate in social media. And that would also include committee members, assigned people that we add to different committee, I just said that, committee members, sorry, as well as staff. I'm not sure what the HR issues are in regards to staff, or whether you already have a social policy at work. I know I do at mine. We're limited on what we can post, but I think that would be good for us to address.
And
Okay.
second, both?
Second, both?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that, Mr. City Manager?
Those are two different items, right?
Those are,
Yeah, social media.
Well, they may come as different.
No.
You have to put them separate.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think they're separate.
Yep, we got it.
Okay. Okay, good.
and I'm sorry, is that going to be a special meeting, or is that going to follow, just, okay.
Let us look at the calendar for the.
Yeah, we'll review the calendar, then come back to you on, because I think the next meeting's pretty loaded.
Yeah, if we need another meeting, I'll reach out to the council and we'll look at calendars.
Okay. Anybody else?
I've got I have something, if that's all right. I'd like to have us, as was referenced in in one of the public comments, the state's state of emergency has been extended to July 28th, which basically, as I understand, extended DES order number 1. But I know that I know one young woman reached out to me who was just was so worried because she had no income, and yes, she didn't maybe have to pay her rent, but her landlord was exacting high fines or high fees, penalties for delaying it. So I would like to look at the of repayment discussion of whether we need to modify that order or makes at least a statement about waiving all penalties, fees, etc.
Yeah, not a problem. We can do that. We knew that the governor was going to extend what he did, so we weren't concerned about that. The legislature is already discussing doing that on a statewide basis. That's why we've hesitated on doing anything at a local level, because we're going to get usurped by a statewide. But if it does not come through on legislation, we can certainly act and either bring it back, or I can act and bring it forward either way. But we'll address protecting the length of time to repay any foregone rent, as well as a waiver of late penalties and things like that. But again, we think that state law is going to jump in and take care of that.
Can we have you do us a brief report for the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Would that be all right?
Thank you. I would appreciate
Mayor, if I may, can we make sure that includes residential and commercial?
Absolutely. Oh,
Thank you.
yes.
Good point. So I don't think that necessarily needs a second, but we're going to do it. He's going to bring us a report.
Okay, that's fine.
Mayor?
Yes.
I want to make sure council member.
I'm good.
Okay. Yes, I would like to, a specific definition and posting of the definition of service organizations for CEAC included in the municipal code and posted on our website as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm fine.
I'll second.
I was going to say, I'll second that because I had a comment that I wanted to say. And at the same time, can we put something to make it easier for them to, if they can't find what they're looking for on our website, I'm not sure what's there, but do we have a general call helpline? Okay, make sure that that's visible so that if they can't find what they're looking for, they can get to it. Thank you.
The second 9B request I have, just very short background. Governor Cuomo from New York signed an executive order backing businesses that bar customers without masks because there were altercations between businesses. So this is a request that I have, or to investigate. Is the city able to do that? Not for us to enforce, but if there are businesses that say, we want to have, we want to make sure customers wear masks, will we support those businesses in instituting those policies for their customers?
Isn't that the right of the business? Because I know in my particular employer, we have offices in different counties, and Ventura is the only county that wasn't requiring them, but we are requiring them for entry into our branches, which we can do legally.
I've gone into places where they require it.
Are you asking for us to
Is that what you mean?
enforce that?
Yes, just the saying, we as a city, recognize your right as a business, that if you want to require masks for your customers, that you're allowed, that you can do that, and we support that.
I think we currently do that.
Yeah, they can.
Any business has a right to not serve anyone. The question becomes whether we're going to enforce a business's rule. If there is an altercation or a conflict, we will certainly be there if called. But I would caution whether we should be enforcing another business's rules or regulations. But leave that up to the council.
I want to support our businesses. If that's what they want to do, and they decide, hey, I want to have a mask rule in my business for whatever reason, whether it's a beauty salon or a restaurant or, a shopping mall, and they say, hey, will the city support me on this? I want to make sure we support our businesses. Some businesses will do it, some businesses will not, but I want us to support our businesses, especially those who want to keep their employees safe, and this is their way of doing that. I just want to make sure we support our businesses, so that's why I was asking for that.
Just let me make sure I understand. Support in what way?
Just making a statement. even,
Okay,
just
okay,
saying,
yeah,
we as
sure.
a city support businesses that right to, bar customers from wearing masks.
I think we would automatically do that because it is their right.
And the reason I'm bringing it up, I'm sorry, very short context, is There was a tweet that went viral about Simi Valley, and it was actually like, there was like a 20-minute thing on KNX 1070 about a business that said it would not allow customers that did wear masks to enter the business, and then later on it said it was a joke and this, that, but it put a very negative light on our businesses here in Simi Valley, and I know that's not the case for all businesses, so I would like for us to clarify as a city that if you as a business choose, right, that this is your rule, that people should wear masks in your business, that we're going to support you in that.
We can come up with
In the
something.
case of that place you're talking about, that is also their right to say you can't wear masks in.
Right, but I want to be able to support businesses who say they do, and those that don't,
We just support business, right?
And I think we agree with all that, that's a good thing. My question is what does that look like? Is that a statement that we put on our media plate? Does that go on the website? I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand what you were envisioning, because I think we all agree that businesses
If there's a
have the rights.
desire, we could bring a resolution to the council that you support businesses' decision to either require or not require masks and compliance with.
Okay.
We can bring something back if that's a desire of the council.
I'm fine with the way it is now because we do support them.
I think it would give more credence to that if we actually made a statement about it.
I think a statement, I don't know that we need a resolution. I think that would be fine. Because it's
Or
their
even
right, yeah.
Press release or
Public
something.
service
Yeah, there you go.
Public service announcement,
Public
press
service.
release.
There, that'd be good.
Public service announcement
We
on
can
the website.
That would work.
Yeah, we can get
Okay.
creative and do something like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And my last request, Mayor Mashburn, I know that we're all tired, it's almost midnight, is I request a future agenda item so that we can form this task force that you talked about to review, police department policies and have either an ad hoc committee or a town hall to address, the relationship between our youth and our police department. It was very insulting to a lot of youth that so many of the businesses were closed, and they really felt like there was a level of mistrust with them. And so we need to begin to acknowledge the trauma imposed on Black and brown communities and start acknowledging it and moving towards steps of resolution so that everyone feels welcome in this community. And that is my request.
Okay, we'll need a second on that. I think it's personally, I think that's more in line to go to the police chief. And you want to speak?
Yeah.
So as part of my communications with Micaiah, Deputy Chief Brill and I spoke with her and her family, and we're going to put together a youth summit, and she's going to actually be an integral part of that. So we're going to have like a panel discussion. We'll have police there, and it'll be a chance for kids, and she'll be part of it to come in and kind of moderate discussion about uses of force, perceptions of police, things of that nature. So I'm working with her to do that, and obviously we've just come through the Solidarity March, so I'm hoping that we're able to get something like that started sooner than later. So I know Deputy Chief Brill and I are working on that, and also with Commander Shorts. So
it'd be my thought that it's best to leave police work in the policeman's hands.
That sounds like a great idea, though.
Yeah, we were trying to model it on the youth summit where we have the panel discussion of people from the city, but we're going to do it just with, people from, the police department and also from the area youth, so that they're in an environment where they feel comfortable. Because one of the things she said is that even just coming to the police department was intimidating to her, so that was kind of one of the things we talked about with her, is that this would be a way that we can actually get her engaged, because she is a very, forceful, and she's very interested in, doing things for the community. So I thought that would be a good thing.
Great.
So would that be a town hall so that anyone who wants to come is invited?
Yeah, we would do it kind of like we did the drug summit last year, where we did it at the Reagan Library. We're going to get the foundation to help support it, and we'll do a town hall that will be focused just on whatever the topics are that we can come up, police policies, racism in the police, things of that nature. And it'll just be a very frank and open discussion with me and members of my staff, from all different parts of the department, and as many people that want to get involved in it. So,
And will what's the timeline for this?
Well, we just talked to her about it on Friday.
Like
and
within a week, a month, by the end of the year?
From now,
Yeah.
it will be this year, yeah. We have to, I haven't even sat down to do the parameters of it because we just finished, coming through this last event. So one of the things is that we did is, again, sat down with her and said, what are some of the things we can do? And we agreed with her that we were going to do this. And one of the things I've said all along is that we can't just have the Solidarity March and just say, we're done, right? So this was the police department's solution to keep the conversation going because we recognize that it's important. So she's going to be a big part of that because, of the relationship that we form with her. So.
Okay, yeah, I want to make sure that we, take advantage of the momentum that we have
Right.
for healing and unity in the community, and I also want to make sure it's accessible to everyone. I know that Ronald Reagan is a good venue and it's big and it's accessible, but it's not accessible in terms of a bus route
Well,
for
we're
our
not
youth.
even,
So
we don't even have a venue yet.
Yeah.
So like I was using that as an example. That's where we had the drug summit, but the last time we did a drug summit, we did it at the Boys and Girls Club. So we'll do it in some place that's accessible, that's comfortable for the kids to do it, and that it's not just going to be something that only a few of us show up to. We want to be able to make people comfortable, and that's why she's involved in it, because I feel like she has the ear of everybody, and I think she can get a lot of the kids together that want to come talk about that. So.
Okay, thank you. And will there be, I'm sure you will share out with City Council?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it'll happen this year.
Well, and right now, we can't gather as groups, but I mean, as soon as things allow for gathering, that
Right.
it can happen.
Yeah, well, and you can do Zoom as well. You can, have it via a Zoom town hall.
Yeah.
I've done national Zoom town halls with NAACP, so
Right.
I know that we can do that as well.
Definitely, and I'm also in contact with the Ventura County president of the NAACP and working with her as well, so Regina Crawford.
I think you're plenty capable of pulling this off.
Yeah, we're going to do it, but I just don't have the framework of it in front of me yet. So.
Why not?
Yeah.
It was 2 days ago.
Can't help it.
Okay. We're going to adjourn tonight. Unfortunately, we do have to adjourn in memory of Sergeant Damon Gutzwiller of the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Department, officer that was killed in the line of duty, and Officer Ephraim Coronel. And Mr. Coronel was with the El Central Police Department. So we adjourn in their memory, and their department will receive certificates from us and letters from us to give to their family. With that, thank you. Done.
Hey, Lucy, I sanitized it. So you can just, and if you let it sit for a while, like if you put it in a box or something. But I put the stuff all over it. Thanks for having it.
Okay. Now, my sister kept texting me saying, I can't hear. When she said, I wasn't answering her, but.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to get